Well, hello everyone. Welcome to a Tuesday, maybe evening. We are here for Alien. It is a one shot. It's a little impromptu. We had a plan, and then we kind of had to jumble things around. So just at the outset, I have neither run nor played this game before ever. I'm slightly familiar with the Free League kind of core system from other games, so and I'm good at making stuff up on the fly, but this is a little bit of a test run. So if you're here to learn the ins and outs of the system and for a faithful rules as written explanation of how the game is run, yeah, watch for the fun and then go watch one of the how to plays, because we will almost certainly get things wrong. But Chev has been studying, and Chev doesn't have brain fog right now, so feel free to jump in and correct me. I am going to adjust everyone's sound levels on the fly. So why don't we start by introducing ourselves, say who you are, where people can find you, and a little bit about your character. Let's start with Warwick.
Oh, hi. I'm Warwick Zero. You find me on streams and everywhere, basically. I do the streams. No, I said that. That's fine. I'm playing a scientist and sort of bootlegging as a medic as well on the side. But my character's name is Murphy Lawson, and yeah, I'm interested in all things like alien and sciencey stuff. Yeah.
Patty.
Hi, I'm the Backwin. I stream on Twitch, sort of, sometimes. It's been a little irregular as of lately. But a lot of these TTRPG things that are weird. So you can find me here from a lot of August, actually. I am playing S.J. Humboldt, a pilot conductor for a train on this this magical voyage into space planet place. That's my entire job. That's it. Chev?
Hey everybody, I'm Chev. You can usually see me hanging out in somebody's chat, but I also stream myself a couple times a week. Usually on Tuesdays and Saturdays, I play Mahjong, which is a tile hand building game. Just having some time with some music and cat cam. Today, I am playing Lance Montana, who is a company agent of Prospectia. And the sooner that he gets this job over with, the sooner he can get off of this hick rock. So just hoping that this train ride is going to be pretty nice and quick and quiet and get some nap in.
All right, and I am 98 Tough Love, or Tough for Torp, or some other variety of nickname. I'm also a variety streamer on Twitch. I play lots of different games. Sometimes I run games, not exactly the system, but I'm in a lot of Masks campaigns, and I'm here a lot. And I think I'll be here again next Thursday for Tales from the Smoke, and then I think there's other stuff happening at some point. Vaporgate's happening on the 23rd, I think. So, lots of, yeah, fingers crossed that works out. I am playing Laura Pierce, who is a colonial marshal. She's probably super awesome and just wants to keep order and make sure things get done smoothly. But of course, people are people and things don't always go according to plan, so fun times.
Yes. So, you are all located on LV-665, known colloquially as either Guan Yu or Nurgle. It is a dry planet, much like Mars in the Sol system, but it is much closer to its host star. It also has a highly elliptical orbit, so a combination of a very slow rotation driven by gravitational braking and this elliptical orbit creates a complicated day-night cycle. So there are periods, particularly as the orbital velocity increases, where you get retrograde dawns and dusks, where the sun seems to hang still in the sky and then reverse its course. The day side of Guan Yu is baking, particularly in the local noon. It is also a reasonably high radiation environment. So not a lot happens, not a lot of human activity happens on the day side. The night side can be quite cold, especially at midnight, But there is a lovely kind of air circulation that keeps the overall temperature bearable. The atmosphere is relatively thin. However, there is a very large canyon, very, very deep, like miles deep canyon. That canyon is the location of New Mariner City. It is named after one of the settlements on Mars in the Sol system, very similarly situated. And the atmosphere there is, because it's much lower, the atmosphere there is thicker, and its sheer walls provide the residents with additional protection from radiation when it is daytime at New Mariner City. The primary activity on Guan Yu is mining, but it's mining for a very particular substance. I tried. It is a catalyst that is used in terraforming technology. It is reasonably rare. Small amounts have been found on other habited or not inhabited worlds, but Guan Yu is unique in that there are substantial deposits to be found. This, of course, is why the local mining company, which is, of course, through multiple shell companies, is ultimately owned by Weyland-Yutani, has been set up. The settlement at New Mariner City is relatively small and relatively new. Operations have only really been underway here for 4 or 5 years. One of the other things that is a major project here on Guan Yu is the construction of what will eventually be a global single railway line that will circle the world in decades. That line, the Meridian Line, is the primary conduit for workers and miners, both from on-world and off, to effectively chase the sun. Because the best deposits are found in areas that have, in kind of local dawn. The heat and radiation tends to sublimate the substance and make it difficult to get really high quality or large amounts. So folks will chase the local dawn as far as they can, and then once the day gets too hot, come back, maybe go out again at dusk, and then come back and stay in the relative safety of New Mariner City. Right now is one of those atypical times where dawn has passed New Mariner City and then retreated. So it is another retrograde dusk. So as you were getting your briefings, everyone felt a little bit odd because the quality of light is changing, but in the wrong direction. And from your various offices and domiciles, the thin strip of sky above shows this kind of reddish silvery hue that denotes the coming of dusk, but from the wrong direction. You have all from your various sources been briefed on an interesting incident. A few days ago, a group of miners were returning from a dig, maybe 300-400 kilometers to the west. And on their ride back, particularly as they were nearing the day-night divider line, several of them reported seeing strange lights out the windows of the train. At the same time, atmospheric sensors picked up an unusual increase in the concentration of oxygen in the air and a few other trace elements. This is not unknown on Guan Yu. The biological or tectonic processes by which oxygen is free in the atmosphere are not entirely understood. But that was the case even when this planet was first discovered. And the mining of the global ice sheets and through various technologies have enhanced the atmosphere. Up on the continental shelf, it's still relatively thin. Everyone who is traveling in like a ground car or just exposed to the atmosphere would have what is effectively a rebreather, a device that helps to just condense the atmosphere. It doesn't carry its own oxygen supply because as long as you're reasonably inactive, you can breathe the native atmosphere. It's just much easier when you're a couple of miles down in the canyon. So, Humboldt, how do you feel about an unexpected, unscheduled trip back out into the wastes, bringing these strangers with you?
I'm not too happy with that.
I mean, you were supposed to be on your extended time off, right?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, this is terrible. I mean, I don't want to work on my time off. It's not something I want to do,
But you're, shall we say, highly motivated to do so.
well, I mean, the pay looks to be about right. I mean, it's a little bit more than I usually make, so makes ends meet. So,
Yeah.
I guess I'll take it up.
Yes, and there might be other incentives. So one unique thing about this system, and particularly this mode of play, is that everyone has their own agenda. Some of which may be very straightforward. Some of which may simply be like a little side quest that they want to accomplish. Some may be extraordinarily dangerous and dastardly. Who knows? The only people who know the individual players' agendas are me and the individual player, and I have brain fog, so I probably have forgotten them. Anyway, so let's have a quick establishing shot of Lawson's abode. Where are you staying? What does it look like? And what does the camera see as you prepare for a lovely little train ride?
By in like a cabin on the train, or
This is before.
this is before, right? Okay.
So you have some sort of quarters down in the canyon city.
Yep. I think it'd be a fairly just modest place. I think it wouldn't be too much there because I'll be out and about exploring and investigating and sort of doing sciencey stuff. So I think it'd just be quite modest, just bed, just somewhere to eat and sleep, and not much else really. I think just something just gets me by.
Yeah, so maybe we see Lawson wake up in near total darkness, call for lights, and the lights flare up, and you're in a capsule effectively.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the door opens, and immediately there's a rush of heat and stink and sound because the place that you found was where the sort of itinerant miners, new arrivals on world, people who are working a few seasons here and then moving on. So you are surrounded by just the chaos of people crammed in together. Is Lawson a neat and fastidious person? Is Lawson more of a kind of loose and casual?
What, in how it look or how he acts?
Either or both.
Well, he sort of wears sort of like colourful shirts and stuff. So he has a bit of a playful nature. He's a bit clutter, but it's organised, basically organised chaos.
Okay.
I think like it looks like a mess to most people, but he understands where everything is and everything just makes sense.
So you probably just grab a travel bag with your mobile computer and just a small number of things, maybe some necessary equipment.
Yeah, it's my usual stuff.
Check the itinerary, make your way out of this capsule hotel into one of the thoroughfares that run along the side of the canyon wall, and then to a lift that will take you up. You have to enter an access code to go all the way to the surface. You have to be approved to go up there. And as you go, you kind of maybe take a few deep breaths, adjust the little rebreather that's right under here, just to make sure it's functioning, because as you go up, the atmospheric density and oxygen concentration drops. But you've made a few trips, so you know how to handle it. So yes, you find yourself walking to the train station. There, you see someone in a suit, kind of
Yeah.
diametrically opposite to the way you're dressed.
Yeah. So you see a man, thin, average height. He's got like some like close cropped hair. But it's got like kind of a style to it, like a little bit of a styled wave to it, like something that is not like if you would know looking at it like, oh, that's a person who is paying attention to like not local fashions, but like, business fashions, and not trying to be necessarily like the fashionable person, but like not like looking like fuddy-duddy or like outdated or anything, kind of person who's trying to like climb the corporate ladder and look good doing it. He is like he's wearing a suit, a well-kept, smart suit, no wrinkles or hairs or anything that are on it. You can see he's like brushing off some dust as you approach. He's got a and as he notices you, Lawson, he puts a whatchamacallit, he had been reading a printout and sticks that into his breast pocket. And he looks over at Warwick. You the geek? Or, sorry, looks at Lawson.
Hi. Do I know you? Do I know Montana?
Yeah, name's Lance. He holds out his hand real quickly.
No, yeah, cool.
Respect you sent me.
Right. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, I'm guessing I'm the guy. Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready to go?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, good. The sooner we can get this done with, hopefully this will be a quick job here.
Yeah.
Let's get moving.
After you.
At this point, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I was going to ask something about establishing, but I mean, if you're going to move on,
no, go ahead. Ask away.
Oh, are we in the? I think you said, but I forgot. Are we in like like a meeting, like a general public area, or are we like in like the waiting area to get on the train?
So the train is at the station.
Okay.
The station itself is actually quite large, as is the train. I mean, the intent is to be able to load and unload both large numbers of mine workers as well as all of the itrite that they have recovered. Now, the itrite itself is extraordinarily valuable. I mean, a rich seam of itrite might be less than a ton, but it's often mixed with soil and rock and various other things. So just for efficiency's sake, they'll bring back a lot of material. But it's a large kind of cavernous structure, lots of loading equipment for rapid loading, unloading. There's even like spare cars. So in case a car is damaged, it can literally be lifted out of the train and replaced, or if some sort of specialized car is required. So it is vast and cavernous and full of all sorts of wicked looking machinery, but it is largely dark inside, and you are about the only people. You can hear the whir and clank and just echoes of conversation of a few people who are moving pallets of ore around or doing other kind of make work, but you are the center of activity.
Cool, thank you.
So striding up as you turn to board the train, striding up is someone you probably haven't met, but who carries an air of authority.
Yep. She is in uniform, standard shaved cut hair, very close cropped. And she seems probably a little bit irate already, so not exactly in a great mood, and kind of just like looks at you guys and is like, ugh, and then just shoves her way into the train. She's not having a good day.
Do you shove past us?
Yes.
I fall over.
Probably.
Yeah.
They can't even get people who can stand upright. Ugh.
Whoa, sorry. I'm just
Yeah,
sort of
you should be.
sort of just look down, just gather my stuff.
Maybe a few fancy silver vials spill out of your bag.
Yeah.
The camera sees them, but it's not clear if anyone else does. So, as you board, and luckily there's not really a first class cabin. This isn't a passenger train per se. There is a galley car because the trips can be long. So it has the capacity to feed people, sort of. It's like MRE style, right? There's not like a kitchen. It is largely automated. The train is designed to be operated by effectively a skeleton crew, so that every available space can be used, can be filled with people, equipment, and ore. As you make your way on board and kind of look around at the sort of dingy, dusty interior, dusty boot prints and handprints on windows and piles of dust and dirt in the corners, I think you are probably approached by your conductor.
Hello, passengers.
You're gonna be driving this thing?
Yeah. It'll get you where you need to go. I foresee no unexpected problems. As long as there's no problems with any of you.
I don't think we should be having any problems. As long as the stiff can keep his mouth shut.
Lance is trying to find the least dirty spot on the floor where he can stand, and definitely not sitting down. Looks over. And I forgot what I was gonna say. He just nods and he kind of shoots a glare at Pierce, and just is trying to ignore the jabs.
Pierce, I think you probably know Humboldt. I mean, you may not be close acquaintances, but you have an interest in the smooth running of the town. You technically share an employer.
Yeah.
So you probably know each other to nod to at least. What have you heard about Humboldt?
I think that there's some suspicion that he's a little bit shady. He's doing something on the side that isn't quite within the laws that I'm supposed to be upholding. So I think I'm kind of keeping a close eye on Humboldt.
So Humboldt be shady.
Yeah.
That tracks. And you probably, I'm going to say you received word that a company man was coming. And specifically the parent company. So, think of it as corporate headquarters, which is, in your experience, always trouble.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of these, pencil pushers coming in, asking dumb questions. I had a degree in civil engineering, and I think it should be this way. And it's none of them has a speck of dust on them. They don't have a clue how it works out here in the colonies. And as you look Lance Montana up and down, it's exactly the read that you get. Now, whether it's true or not is another thing. And Lawson just looks like a creepy scientist guy.
Yeah, I don't really know. We'll see. Better.
It's just like a half wave. Just that.
Everything you brought
but-
with you has been approved, right? You got the proper certifications and forms for that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, totally, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Convincing.
You have those on you?
Yeah. Oh, I might have dropped it.
All
Yeah,
right.
right.
Yeah. Well, I will say you
For the sake of time, I'm not going to push it.
right. You can pull up on your pad your Kelland employee pass, which basically gives you significant latitude in how to act. As Pierce looks at it, it looks like Lawson is maybe a relatively recent hire to Kelland Mining Company.
Oh, great. So we got a newbie, a stiff, and humble. Great.
Oh, and me. So a very large woman, well over 6 feet tall, like super stacked, buzz cut, kind of probably like dirty blonde hair if it had grown out, but buzz cut, in the ubiquitous olive green tank top and combat boots and stuff, is busy kind of very loudly throwing a couple of containers into a hold, and she's like covered in dust and stuff, and just like, oh yeah, I just cleaned out the next car. Hey, Humboldt.
Hey.
This is Sam, one of the roughnecks who doesn't work at the mines, but kind of splits her duties between kind of keeping the rabble in check, both on the ride to and from mining sites, and occasionally going in and busting heads if things get weird. So I think you, Pierce, probably also know Sam. Sam has no official like law enforcement standing, but as an employee of the company is known to be able to kind of knock some heads around, knock some sense into people. So maybe it's reassuring to see her because she is someone to be very level-headed.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, hey there, Sheriff.
Hey, Sam.
What are you doing? We're just going out to take these nerds out to some spooky light show or something.
Yeah, well, they sent a stiff along, so, they gotta keep up appearances.
Oh, so you're babysitting.
Yeah.
Well,
and they sent a newbie, too, so double babysitting.
Great. Well, you and me both. And they're having this conversation right in front of you guys.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Getting, triple overtime for this.
Lance is going to look up, and he looks over at Sam and Pierce. Listen, this is not just any babysitting mission. If this is a new find, then we need to make sure that the rights and ownership and exploitation permits and everything are all in place. We gotta, see if this is company property, if there's a reason that we should have ownership of it. So, I mean, if this goes well, there could be some substantial bonuses here.
What kind of fines are you hoping to get?
You never know. Usually it's just ores, could be some new unexploited life form, a new plant, new microbe, something like that. Could be you could be eating it in a couple of years. Could be a new component for the standard feed.
Possibilities of a lifeless dust ball. Can't wait to find out what that is.
As long as it doesn't screw up my train, I think we'll be fine.
But it's limitless what we can find. Aren't you guys excited? Like what we could find.
I just want to get this done and over with and send you and him home.
You and me both. That's the only thing we'll ever agree on.
Yeah. Sam will give you an oorah and high five.
All right,
Say-
because my name is so hard for all of you to comprehend, you can just call me SJ for short.
Sure, Humboldt.
Thanks, Laura.
Take it. That's Sheriff Pierce to you. But anyway,
Yeah.
it's fine. So nothing's keeping you here.
Yeah, you gonna go start this train, Humboldt, or are we just gonna sit here for 8 hours?
I was thinking about sitting here for 8 hours because, if you're going to, just bust my chops, and why would I move the train?
If you're not gonna move
you'll
the
always
train,
find
then,
somebody else to move the train.
I can't do it.
it's
I'm
a
not
train. How
putting you
hard
in
can it be? You
charge
just
of
push the
moving
button.
the train. No, neither of you are touching the train controls.
There's a lot more than one button on this train.
There's 3.
Great, go push them.
Thanks, Sam. I will go push the 3 buttons all at the same time.
4 if you count the flush the toilet button.
No, I can't reach that one. It's not from the cockpit.
He's
Right.
never not pushing that one.
All right. So you swing up to the front/back of the train into your kind of cramped cockpit, fire up everything. It has rudimentary detection systems like to detect if there's a fault in the line. But it's not that much advanced over a typical locomotive you might have found on Earth 200 years previously. It's not like fancy maglev or anything like that. This is real frontier technology. Now, I mean, modern power system, modern electronics, the shell has been hardened against certain levels of radiation exposure. So it's still pretty high tech, but the feel is very sort of old west steam locomotive. And then with a grinding and a lurching, the train engages and begins to pick up speed. You see the world outside and the dusty windows get brighter as you exit the hangar. And you can just kind of see now, because of the excess moisture and just the habitation in the canyon, there's a little tiny kind of tinge of green, and there are a few scrubby plants like right up against the lip of the canyon. It's not entirely unheard of for there to be a little precipitation inside the canyon, and for there to be some dew deposits on the outside. And as life does, seeds and various things, will stick to people's shoes or whatever. And so life is beginning to kind of spread, but it's very tightly contained around the lip of the canyon. Looking out is just this wind scoured space. Lawson, you know that this planet was much more Earth-like in the past. Much like Mars, a significant portion of its atmosphere was stripped away over time. A lot of the surface water evaporated into space as well, making it much more arid. But you recognize the telltale signs of like ancient billion-year-old arroyos and wadis and other water-carved features. To everyone else, it just looks like a disgusting, dusty, windswept desert. As you approach, and the train's pretty fast. There's maybe not a whole lot of conversation. There's a lot of just sitting around, and eventually someone goes and gets some really disgusting coffee and like a meal pack or something. Montana's probably reading and rereading some sort of business papers. It starts to get darker and darker again. And maybe a few of you, those of you who are from off-world, decide to, poke your heads around and kind of take a look. It's odd to see the night line. It's odd to see dusk approaching from what you know to be the wrong direction. those of you who are local or who've been here for most of the existence of the colony, there's always there's a lot of local superstitions that have sprung up. It just feels wrong for day and night to reverse themselves. And a lot of folks think that there's some, it's cursed or bad things happen during a retrograde dusk or dawn. Children who are born during that time, because there have been a few born in New Mariner City, are strange or off, and the more superstitious think that the veil between the living and the dead is somehow thin. Basically they're importing like old Halloween kind of beliefs and associating it with this particular astronomical phenomena. But soon enough, you are barreling into night. Humboldt has the location, the coordinates for the nearest spot on the line, and probably just programs it in and probably takes a nap because this thing will run on autopilot for a good little while. And the train began. I'm going to say everyone probably is a little bit snoozy. It's maybe a couple of hours, maybe a bit more. And Humboldt, everyone would have probably slept through as the train gradually decelerated to reach that point, if it weren't for the fact that some alarms start going off in the cabin, the cockpit, if you will.
I would like to hit the snooze button. Where's that at?
You probably do. We see Humboldt slapping at the console, trying to turn the thing off, like being a little bit groggy.
It's that one rough patch of track. It's always alarming.
Oh man,
it is in fact a rough patch of track. The train is reading telemetry from sensors that are placed roughly every kilometer or so, just to detect if there's been any subsidence, or Guanyu is not particularly geologically active, but it can happen. So you are detecting some instability in the line. What do you do?
Do we hit an alarm? Or is it just in the cockpit?
No, it's just in the cockpit.
Guess I'll I'm gonna continue pushing my buttons to kind of slow and steady the train down.
Okay, so you can accelerate the braking procedure.
Yep.
So that you can brake before you hit that spot.
Brake dampeners, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's I think enough to, like, the slow, even deceleration that the train was doing on autopilot. Humboldt kind of cranks up the brakes a little bit. That's enough to jostle everyone. Anyone who would like to awaken can.
Oh, we're here? Oof.
Apparently.
I have been up for a little bit at this point. I'm in kind of like work mode a little bit. Like I've got, coats off, sleeves are rolled up. I've got like some papers spread in front of me, and I'm like at work and just like, cross-referencing papers. And so like I look up when the jostling starts. But I think Lance would not assume that would be necessarily like any. Well, actually, would that be surprising? Like in my head, I was imagining that Lance probably has a very low opinion of like how good the track and ride would be for this track. Would that be true?
Yeah, I would say it's been surprisingly good up until this point. I mean, you probably have access to enough information to know that the line itself is still relatively new because the colony has been here, and because it's just one straight line, the maintenance is relatively easy to keep. Okay. So I think you've probably been pleased that you've been able to get some work done because you haven't had to worry about being jostled around.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that anyone necessarily has the experience to know that it's odd. Even Sam will kind of, was laying down across a couple of bench seats with her jacket over her, kind of comes up, rubbing sleep out of her eyes. Like, are we here already? Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, I think so.
train's stopping. So, guess we're here.
She'll kind of scratch her butt, walk up and pound on the cockpit door.
Occupied.
Wrong room, Humboldt. We there?
Not quite. Just got a bit of rough track ahead. So I slowed down. We're gonna take it easy through here.
Oh, all right. He says there's rough track ahead.
How
Not
much
big.
longer is
Knows
this
what
going
he's
to take?
talking about.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. How much longer?
Another couple of minutes or so.
Couple minutes. Oh, you guys can hear him. Anyway. All right, cool. I'll be back here if you need me.
Yeah.
What happens?
Lance looks over at Pierce, and he's like getting his papers back together, starting to like pack his stuff back up. Well, I gotta say, didn't look like much at first, but got some pretty nice facilities here. So you're not doing everything wrong here.
Damned with faint praise.
As soon as they brought you here, everything was wrong. So,
Well, that's usually why they send me. So
to make it wrong?
no, because something went wrong or something might go wrong.
Wait, was something went wrong?
No, nothing went
Oh.
wrong.
All right, okay.
Everything's fine. He's corporations.
I'm just here to make sure that if there's anything valuable there, the company gets its fair share.
Gesture out the window to the entire empty landscape. I'm sure there's so much for you to plunder out there to line your pockets with.
You'd be surprised.
I don't think I will be.
Humboldt, as you get closer, you apply the brakes even more firmly. You want to make sure that the far end of the train doesn't hit the area. It looks, it's not super sophisticated, but the deviation that you're reading suggests that there's going to have to be some repair. It looks like the tracks are buckled.
That's odd.
It's a new. You're not completely unfamiliar with something similar. There is some subsurface moisture, so it's not entirely unheard of for either in the deepest part of the night cycle for there to be some swelling as some moisture seeps closer to the surface and then freezes and expands, or for a little pocket of permafrost like that to melt and then create some subsidence. But this is an area that has just gone from effectively late morning to day and then back to dusk in the past several days. So it hasn't hit any of those temperature extremes. Not since the last time you were out here. And you were out here again just a few days ago when
Right.
those miners saw or claimed to have seen spooky lights out in the desert.
Yeah, they claim a lot of things.
Yeah.
Huh. Do I know that the train can get through, or do I have to stop her?
You have to stop a little bit short. I mean, you're very, very close to the target area. But I'm going to say once you get better reading of how disrupted the tracks might be, your training would suggest, yeah, we got to stop.
Okay, I will stop the train fully then.
Cool.
How far are we from the location?
You're going to say, like, you're only maybe a kilometer short.
Okay.
Or
Yeah,
half a kilometer.
So as we stop, sort of look out and go, why are we stopped? This isn't right. Everything all right? And I sort of knock on the cockpit door, I guess.
I will.
Hello.
I'll just stand up, undo my seatbelt, open the door. Hello.
Oh, hi. Everything okay?
Yeah, we have to stop here. You guys are gonna have to walk.
Okay. Why?
There's a problem with the rails ahead. I can't put the.
Right.
Yes, it's a train. It runs on rails.
I'm aware of that. What's wrong with the rails?
Not the rails.
They're kind of buckled. They has to do with the temperature of water, the outside atmosphere, and the metal that the rails are made out of. I can't put the train over the train. Bad things will happen if I do that. Whether we go slow or whether we go fast. The faster we go, hey, the less you'll feel if you want that. But
We're not derailing the train.
well, then you're gonna have to walk.
Asking what was wrong with it. How far are we from the target area?
About a kilometer away.
Great.
And to be clear, the actual location where the lights were seen is probably a couple kilometers to the north of the line. So you're maybe a kilometer shy of where you had planned to stop, but it's going to be an overland trek. Now, on board, you do have a land car, a land vehicle that you can take, and it will certainly, or you could decide to walk. I mean, a couple kilometers in the middle of the night in a strange alien desert is probably no big deal.
Yeah, no, I'm in a bit of a rush, so.
Yeah, I'm not walking.
Right.
I don't feel comfortable
I wish
walking.
I could make you.
So, what's the plan?
Take the land car and drive out to where we were supposed to go in the first place.
There's probably some like area along the track that we could like ride along. So,
Yeah.
or like, go down the track, find where we were going to stop anyway, and then head north.
Yeah. Easy enough. And you do have, you do have kind of rough topography maps that will make it easier. And in fact, the stopping point was designed or was chosen because it would give you the easiest access. To leave from this point, you'd have to like go up and then down maybe a relatively steep hill. So the easiest way would probably be to go to the area where you're planning on stopping and then head north along what was probably a very ancient wash or riverbed. It is black. Guan Yu does not have a moon. And the sun that it's in is part of, it's kind of near the outside of a nebula. So a significant portion of the night sky is just black. Anyone who has infrared sensors could probably see that there are stars, but a lot of the starlight even is blocked. So it is a very, very black night. As you open,
Does it seem unnaturally darker than usual, or
no,
for anyone who's been here? No, okay.
no. It's just that nights here are quite dark and very long. So unless it's one of these situations where it goes from day to night and back in a matter of a few days. Otherwise, nights are months of Earth time long. Thousands and thousands of hours. So, what's everyone doing? You can make your way to what would effectively be towards the front of the train, where the ground car is stored.
When we get to the ground car, Lance sits in the like front passenger seat.
Of course. Sam will kind of, muscle her way forward and look at you, Humboldt. You want to drive or shall I?
Oh, I don't know. Who here trusts my driving?
You drove the train.
That's one vote.
Is that driving though?
Drive that stupid thing, Humboldt.
Oh, thought you'd never ask.
Montana, get out of my seat.
Oh, so you're on the
No,
wrong
it's
side. This is made in
Right.
Space Britain.
Right.
Space Britain.
Yes.
Right side drives.
That's actually where I'm from.
All right.
What?
Oh no, Space Britain.
So Humboldt gets in the driver's side. Pierce yanks Montana out of the other front seat. There are two rows. Think of it like a big like mashup of a Rover and SUV. Big tires, deep tread. The gravity here is very slightly lighter than Earth. Just enough that those of you who have only been on planet for a little while and traveled here on a ship that was set to 1G might notice it a little bit. But even after a couple of days, any kind of little boost that you might have felt, you've acclimated to it. So yes, you pop in. I am curious, because it is dark, and because this is unfamiliar territory, and because although Humboldt is a driver/pilot, this is not his preferred type of vehicle. I think we should have a roll, don't you?
Sure.
Hey, stressful.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can I flip the car?
I mean, maybe.
How many tires does the car have?
6.
So does it look like the Mako from Mass Effect?
Kind of.
Okay. That's what I was
Like a
under the
Lego version of the Mako.
picture. Yeah. Yeah.
And it probably has handling that's almost as good.
Then I'm excellent at this. What am
Excellent. You are going to be rolling agility piloting.
I rolling? Okay.
So your agility is 5.
Yes.
Piloting is 3.
Uh-huh.
So you're going to roll 8 dice. And I'm going to say this is not super stressful yet, so we don't need to add a stress die to that.
Okay.
So you're just going to roll that up, and what matters is 6s. 6s are
Got it.
successes.
Okay. I've rolled 2 dice so far because the other ones are smaller. Okay. Well, I got 1 6.
Excellent. Well, that's all you need. Now, you may use additional 6s or successes to buy stunts. These are extra special things that can happen. Like if it's an attack, you might do a little bit of extra damage. There's a variety of things that you can do to solidify that additional success in the narrative. But for a simple check, it's just to make sure you don't immediately run the vehicle into a ditch or haven't forgotten like how to drive. And you do remember, it's like, oh yeah, parking brake, and okay, cool. You refamiliarize yourself with the controls, and then in a very kind of jerky, bouncy motion, you drive down the little ramp, and you can hear the crunch of the desert underneath. And then, in the very, very bright, sweeping headlights, you begin to pick up speed. It does have a little bit of a kind of a green scale screen on it, and you can connect that with the topography and the onboard computer on the train. So you're kind of just following a red dot driving around. It is eerie. It is somewhat claustrophobic because the darkness is just, it feels almost like it's pressing around all of you. it's that kind of thing that happens when even with the sound of the engine, which is quite loud, and the jostling of everyone, I think folks are maybe a little bit shy to make noise, just because it's that atavistic fear of the darkness and what might be in it. It takes you maybe 20 minutes, long enough to get a little bit bored, when you, Humboldt, see something in the headlights.
What do I see?
It's another ground car.
Sorry, there's another ground car out here. Is it moving towards me?
No, it's parked. No lights. Didn't notice it until you.
Right.
It's parked
Got it.
perpendicular to your path, so it wasn't following the same track, so you didn't even see the trail.
All right. Well, I'm gonna apply brakes again. I'm good at that part.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, as you want to pay attention. Oh, we're here.
Pierce,
What?
do you know of anybody else that's out here?
Why?
Well, considering you're sitting next to me, I'm just gonna point.
It's probably just like not paying attention.
I poke my head through like them seats. I'm like, what's up? I want to see.
I was making a list of insults to call Montana later.
Mm-hmm.
And look at the car. Be like, yeah, we should stop and investigate this.
Wait, there's another. Is that another car? Is this?
Yes, it's another car. Congratulations, you have eyes.
No, this is the report said nothing about other teams going out to explore. We should have been the first ones out here. And he's
Somebody else probably just got left behind after the last train left and has just been trying to drive back. Half these people don't know north from south, and with the day-night cycle getting disrupted as well, they probably got lost.
That sounds. Wait, is my the only? There's multiple trains, right?
No.
So I have the only train on this planet
Yes.
that drives out here. So I would be the only one that could drop off another car.
Now there are ground cars. There are for local exploration and just for people to get out and blow off some steam,
Sure.
or for scientists to go check on, nearby atmospheric monitoring stations, aquifers, etc. Areas where the train doesn't run. So there are a good number of ground cars.
Right.
But it would be
Besides-
odd for there to be a ground car out this far.
Right, because it wouldn't last that far to get all the way out here.
I would. It's just
Maybe.
that most people would. It wouldn't be odd to see a ground car somewhere far away from where the train runs. But this is relatively close.
Okay. Well. Should we, Pierce, by we, I mean you, investigate this vehicle?
Well, since you volunteered, Humboldt, why don't you come with me?
Okay. You two, don't touch anything on my car.
You don't want us to come?
Not unless we find something.
Not right now.
I'm gonna come with you. I need to make sure for myself that they didn't find anything.
If everyone else is going on, I can't. Wait, Sam's in the car as
Sure,
well.
we'll just make it a group adventure. We should all step out into the irradiated wasteland. Sounds like a great idea.
It's nighttime. It should be fine, right? I mean, that's what all the encyclopedia entry for this back hole was saying. As long as it's nighttime, it's not radiation.
You just keep telling yourself that.
There's less. There's never none. You know anything about space?
He
I've
knows
been
what he
around it a
read
lot.
in the corporate manuscript.
Oh boy. I read that
I
thing
have a
since I was a
question.
toddler.
What is Lawson's expertise?
Science.
Just like general science.
Well, you should ask Lawson.
Oh, okay. No, I was wondering if I would have known already, like, oh, what kind of a scientist he is.
Or science.
You're right. We'll just say it hasn't been defined.
Okay. Lance looks over at Lawson. No, I mean, like
Space.
you.
Shout out space.
Like, you're the nerd here. Is it safe to go out there?
I think I would notice, wouldn't I, if it's safe?
Well, you would notice the vehicle has effectively a fancy Geiger counter, right? And that there's a readout that shows ambient radiation. And to Humboldt's point, there's never zero radiation in like the universe. But yeah, you can read the readouts on the dash of the vehicle and see that, oxygen.
It's nothing more than usual.
The only thing unusual you will note is that the O2 saturation is slightly stronger than you would have believed it to be.
Okay, but that wouldn't necessarily strike me as odd.
No, if anything, it's less dangerous.
Yeah. No, absolutely fine. It seems absolutely fine. We should be fine. Totally fine.
You two wusses start getting freaked out because it's super dark. I'm not gonna be patting you on the back and giving you a shoulder to cry on.
We've got
No one says
flashlights.
stay close. I grab a flashlight.
Who has a flashlight? Because I'm pretty sure
There was only one between all of us.
it's pretty sure it's Pierce. Now,
Yeah,
everyone probably has like a little survival light because it would be stupid not to have something. But only Pierce has a high beam. This is a very, very powerful light. Everyone else just has like little pin light style stuff.
Yeah.
I have the headlights on the front of the car too,
Yes.
which are pointed at the other vehicle. So
Yes, it's true. Yo, boss, you want me to stay with the car? Make sure no one steals it?
yes, that's exactly what I want.
It's just
Also, you don't steal it either.
just kick up in the back and, clump her big dusty combat boots up on the headrest.
Perfect.
Kind of get comfortable. We put her jacket behind her head and she's clearly going to snooze. Like, it's not taking this
Nope.
seriously because it's just a bunch of nerds going out in the desert.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, what do you do?
Open the ramp to the desert.
Yeah. You open the door and step out.
Door, ramp, same thing.
Cool.
Boop.
What happens?
I'm gonna go shine the high beam at it and try to see if I see anything inside the car.
How are we next to the car at the moment?
Oh, you're probably 50 feet away. You're next to
Okay,
your
cool.
car, but the other vehicle is probably 50 feet ahead.
Okay, cool.
Are there any numbers or anything on the outside that would help us identify it?
Every vehicle does have a registration plate, except this one.
Pierce, I think that's against the law. If we find them, you should totally arrest them. Take them back in their own car, though.
Fine. There's probably a plausible explanation as to why it's not there.
Yes,
Just leave the law abiding to me.
it probably fell off.
Yeah, something like that.
Can I do analysis? Is this a point to do
I was
that
gonna say,
potentially?
can I use investigator?
Well,
Or does it?
this is not a strange
It's not
an
it's not,
alien
is it? It's just-
artifact or creature.
Because at the moment it would just be, it's just a abandoned car. It might just not be anything.
Yeah, so analysis
Yeah, okay.
analysis wouldn't work, but I would say you could attempt an observation check from a distance. It's going to be quite hard, which means a deduction in terms of the number of dice that you have. Up
I'm
close,
happy to
though.
try it.
Well, yeah, go ahead. So I'm going to say it is dark and at a distance.
Yep.
So it'll be -3 dice.
Cool. And I would need for these is
So your total wits observation is 8.
Attributes versus. Yep.
Yep. So you'll still be rolling 5 dice.
Yeah. Sweet. Cool. There is 1 6 in there, but there's also 1 1.
Don't worry about the ones. Ones
Cool.
really matter on
1 6.
stress dice.
Got it. Cool. Yeah, 1 6 in there.
Cool. You kind of just look and listen and peek around. You're not picking up anything dangerous. The things that you notice are the car is filthy. You notice that it came to a controlled stop because you can see in the play of light the tracks. So there's not like any skidding or anything like that. So clearly, whoever brought it here parked it here. It does not appear to be occupied. And I'll say that you do catch a few little glints of shiny metal. Particularly,
That's not part of the car.
well, it's part of the car, but it looks like there's an area towards the back where the registration plate would have been affixed.
Got you.
You pick up a few, and maybe kind of around one of the doors. So you have a sense that maybe someone might have broken into it and then pried off the registration plate.
Cool.
Because Lawson is very observant. You are all standing 50 feet away from an empty car.
Yeah,
Look,
I want to get
The
closer.
players know it's alien, the characters do not.
Yeah.
No, I'm
No,
just I'm already walking up to it because I'm
Yeah.
gonna go check it out.
Yeah.
I think when I was doing my look, I was walking towards the car as well.
Okay, cool.
Just
Yeah.
just a general thing.
Yeah, yeah. Is
and
everyone
then-
Following
advancing?
close behind.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everyone's, again, kind of instinctively, even though you're not super friendly, there's that monkey brain telling you that, safety in numbers, even though it's an empty planet, no big deal. There's something
Yeah.
about it. Cool.
Whatever.
Yeah, you can look inside the locking mechanism appears to have been broken. So you can even open the door. In the back seat is a bunch of dusty, like pickaxes and pneumatic hammer and some rope and some bags, kind of hastily assembled prospecting gear. There's also a number of takeout food containers. Like as soon as you open up, there's a really ripe smell of curry.
I use
would like-
investigator.
Sure.
That's 7 dice.
Yep, it's going to be a wits observation, I do believe. Yep.
Go.
I will even give you a bonus die for reasons.
Ooh, fancy reasons.
Go. 3 6s.
Well. So for each 6, you may ask one of the following questions, and I must answer truly, but I can be vague.
Oh. So I can ask all 3 questions.
Oh, there are only 3? Yeah, there are only 3. All right, let's go through them. So the first one is, what happened here? It looks like some people hastily gathered together some equipment and jacked a car and drove it out here. And grabbed a curry on the way. Is there anything hidden here? Yes. As you move in and look around, you see that tucked into the frame of the console is a weathered, worn, and folded photograph. It is the photograph of a woman who is familiar to you.
Just tuck that away. Yeah, and then the last one.
Something out of the ordinary is that the people are gone, but the equipment is here.
Cool.
I was gonna
ahead.
say, like, yeah, their equipment still being there would be a bit odd. Like, why wouldn't they take that with them?
Yeah.
Is there a computer on this? Like something that would have some kind of record of like where it went, what it was doing, something like that?
You think that if you were able to get it back to a shop, someone could probably, crack into the black box and maybe track down the actual owner. But just from, like, you can pull up effectively a trip record. Okay. And it'll show that it came from the canyon.
The canyon where we're okay.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
So aside from the equipment, there's not anything like it's prospecting gear that they brought with them, but did they have any any samples or anything, like any like ore samples or just like any containers or anything like that sitting
Not
around
here.
in the back?
The only container is full of congealed curry. There's probably
Does it smell like good curry?
There's probably also a pee bottle. Yeah. I would like Lawson and Montana to go ahead and give me a wits observation.
Wits observation. Yeah, cool. So just make sure that's 8 for me, 5 wits, 3 observation.
Correct.
2, 4, 6, 8. Excellent.
And I think Pierce, I would like you to give me, I don't know what the appropriate role would be. You know what? I think it's empathy manipulation.
Cool. Any stress dies in there?
Nope.
Cool. I've got 1 6.
Okay.
That's a fail for me.
Also a fail for me.
All right. Lawson sees Pierce. Like maybe you saw her pause for just a minute as she was looking in the front cab of this vehicle, and then like subtly check around to make sure that, like, wait until no one was paying attention to just grab a photograph and stuff it in her jacket.
I don't do anything at the moment with that information.
Cool. Yeah, it seems like, I think everyone can see that there are footsteps leading away. Looks like 2 sets of tracks.
Which way are they heading?
North, in the general direction of the marker on your map. Which, by the way, is, I mean, according to the onboard computer in your vehicle, you're basically on top of it. Now, there isn't like a super precise location. It's a mark on a map with like a perimeter around it. That was just based on a calculation of the curvature, the angle, what people could have seen. You're probably going to have to do a search pattern. I, out of curiosity, would love it if everyone would give me an agility mobility roll. And I would like everyone to roll, I would also like everyone to take a stress and roll that stress die on this roll.
Is that added on top?
Yes. So so every time you take stress, thereafter when you roll, you will add your stress die. Now, the good news about a stress die is that a 6 on a stress die counts as a success. The bad news is that a 1 on the stress die can trigger bad things, like panic.
Awesome.
Now, if you fail a roll, you can push it, which basically means take a stress and then roll again with that additional stress die.
With the chance to maybe get rid of it.
Yeah.
Unless it was if you got a 1 on one of the stress dice, you can't push it.
Right. That's a different situation. But on your first attempt in general, unless you trigger potential panic, you can try to push it. I say that only because the consequences of failing this roll might not be great.
Okay. Well,
it's a fail and a 1 on my stress dice.
Rip Montana.
All right. Yay.
I got a 6 and a 6 on my stress die.
So 2 successes. Excellent.
Well done. I got neither. no 1 on my stress, but no 6s.
So you failed.
Mm-hmm.
Humboldt.
I got 2 6s on my regular roll and then just a 4 on the stress die.
Okay, well that's pretty good. I think
a mix.
So I think there isn't really.
You dropped dead.
No, I'm trying to think. So, who got two 6s?
Just me. Well, I did.
Oh,
I did too.
You both got 2.
I got the 6 on the stress and
Good.
1 6 on my
Good.
regular roll.
You both got multiple 6s. So, what you can do is you can give 1 success to an ally in a similar situation, and you're all in a similar situation. You can give yourself +1 to a later related roll, like basically hold 1. Or you can impress an ally with how you deal with the situation. I know I haven't told you what the situation is yet, but I kind of want to get a sense of what's happening. So you each have 1 additional success that you can use. And Montana got a 1 on the stress die, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. I think I would like you to just roll a d6 and add 1. And tell me what the number is.
Oh no.
That is a 6 total.
All right. You start to kind of freeze, but you're not that stressed out. So, yeah, you don't fly into a panic. So what's fun about this is when you roll a 1, it triggers a panic. It's possible if you score high enough on that panic roll that your roll itself is negated and you have to do what the panic says. So like if you go to shoot someone or defend yourself and you panic, nope, then your roll does not resolve normally, even if it was a bunch of successes, because you freeze or something else happens. But you're fine for now.
Probably like for I was probably turning away from the cab because like I'm satisfied, like there's nothing interesting here, and like just kind of ended up looking out into the black night with like only the headlights of the car next to us like lighting anything up, and it was probably just a moment of like, oh, we are alone.
That is what you were thinking, and it puts you in a particular space as the ground beneath you begins to give way. Now, with that in mind, there's a lurch as the rear wheel of the vehicle sinks. There's a crack and a psh of dust as some sort of pressurized gas. You can even feel warmth because it's night and the air is rather cool. And then very quickly there you realize that a sinkhole is opening beneath the vehicle and all of you. So, those of you who have stunts that you can use, what would you like to do with them?
I think when things start like going down, I think I'm probably closest to Lawson. So when it starts to like go and I see that he's not really doing great. I just kind of grab him and haul him with me out of the way.
All right. Granting Lawson a success.
Yeah.
Humboldt, what are you doing?
Hmm.
You want to impress everyone.
No.
You should. Impressing
Why?
people is good.
They don't really like me.
But they
They
might
just
like you if you
I'm
impress
their
them.
ride.
I like you.
No, I don't think
Would you
I
like to
have a
take
choice.
+1 to a related roll?
Can I save it for later?
Yeah, that's what taking +1 to related
I'll do
roll
that.
is. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So Montana,
Yeah.
you have turned away and you see darkness, and you're a little spooked by it. And then you feel the ground start to give way underneath you. Would you like to push the roll? Oh, no, you can't because
Yeah,
you
I
rolled a
can't.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just caught out completely flat-footed.
Yes. So the earth beneath the vehicle collapses. And in the act of turning around to see what happens, Montana is not quick enough to leap back, and is pulled down with the vehicle. Pierce and Lawson are likewise begin to slide down. But Pierce has the presence of mind to grab a hold of like a rock outcropping to keep yourselves from sliding into this. But you are now kind of on the side of this kind of deeply sloped decline. Humboldt was lucky enough to have leapt back onto solid ground. So you are now looking down into a sinkhole. You can see the flashing around of Pierce's high beam. Oh, you know what? Actually, Pierce, would you go ahead and give me another agility mobility? And I think I'm going to say -2 die on this.
Oh boy.
Because
All
it's,
right.
'cause it's hard. Got a lot going on.
1-6.
Okay. You had a hold of your high beam, but kind of like had to drop it to grab a hold of Lawson. And as the world tilts underneath you, it starts to slip, but you're fast enough to like lock it into the sandy, rocky side with your boot. So it's now kind of trapped there. It doesn't fall into the hole. Montana, however, does. We'll get to that in a second.
Good riddance.
Crushed by boulders.
Nope,
Tragic accident.
not yet.
What a shame that we lost the corporate hound dog. Oh no.
Wait, he's not actually gone yet.
I mean, he's gone from sight.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Yeah.
Oh, but maybe I can get him off our back if I go save his hide.
What do you do? I think Sam probably comes running up because even though she was dozing, she
Yeah,
heard
I'm
the sound. What's going on?
like, take this. Like trying to get her to grab Lawson.
Hey, there's me.
Yeah. Yeah, she totally can. I'm not gonna make her make a stamina roll. She's got 8 dice.
All right.
She probably runs back to the vehicle and grabs like a length of rope and lowers it down and is able to assist, if you would like, assist Pierce and Lawson up. What are the rest of you doing? There is a faint glow coming from the sinkhole.
Oh, is that where they're dumping all their toxic waste? I feel like that's someone else's jurisdiction to take care of, though, not mine. I guess I will. I'm gonna call Sam to get out of the other car. Have her help with this situation.
she's currently helping Pierce and Lawson up.
All right, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna stare into the sinkhole and look. How deep is it?
It's hard to say. It certainly goes down, and it kind of goes at an odd angle. It looks like there are some like relatively solid rocks that maybe had over eons collected kind of a loose scree between them, and the loose scree kind of drained out almost like sand in a hourglass. But the shelves of harder rock are still present, so you don't have a straight view down.
Okay.
And the glow is just kind of reflected up against the sides of this sinkhole. So you
What
don't
color
have.
is the glow?
It's a bluish white.
Bluish. Okay. So nothing I'd be terribly familiar with seeing.
No, it doesn't have. It's not sodium light. It's not LED. It's not any of the normal light sources. It doesn't have the character of any of the mechanical light sources that you'd be familiar with.
Okay. That's odd. Yeah, I'm just gonna look down the hole and think about all that, and then watch Sam pull them out of the hole.
There we go.
Am I back on my feet now? Like, am I safe now and stuff?
Yeah.
Cool. Did we see Lance disappear? Or
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I think you probably you're in panic for yourself,
yeah.
and then as soon as you are up and kind of dusting yourself off and kind of freaking out, you realize that one of your members is gone. I would like everyone to add a stress. I think losing one of your party members is probably enough to add a stress, don't you?
I think that's fair.
I mean, if you hear them, help them.
Yeah.
My God, Beers. It's a human being.
And
And I,
Well, actually, I
am
don't know
I
if they're
million,
human or not.
like you're back at corporate headquarters. It's not like they can't send them.
is Montana's body like visible at all, or
No.
did it like completely go down and under?
Yeah.
He's still in the car, right?
He was not in the car, but he was right next to it.
I'm sure. He
Montana
probably got
is not dead. Things will
Says
happen.
you.
Things will happen momentarily.
Quick
But-
question.
Yes.
I'm speed running this.
Without obviously giving away backstory and stuff, this sinkhole, and you said it was glowing. Am I aware of what this is?
Yes.
I will act accordingly to knowing what it is.
It's a
Which
hole
is-
in the ground.
Well, I would say no. I mean, maybe not no, but strongly suspect.
Okay, cool. Do I understand how that sinkhole works outside of a normal sinkhole?
No, I mean, literally it looked like something that there was loosely packed stuff. And it could literally have just been that someone parked a car on a loose collection of scree that had been sitting there for millions of years. And it just knocked it loose. If there were some sort of subterranean disturbance, that could also have contributed to the instability. What
Hey,
happens?
science guy, you know anything about this?
Can I do my talent? Would that work for this?
No.
Okay.
So all you can see is rocks.
Okay. What? Trying to see, like, what would I know about this? Would I know where it would go to potentially, or was it just? No.
I think you could make a regular, I think you could make a regular wits survival, maybe?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. 7. Am I adding stress to that as well?
Always add your stress die and make sure to keep track
Yeah.
of
so
whether you
my
get a 1
stress
on
die-
those.
Okay. Well, I chose my duck dice as my stress dice.
Okay.
So Um, I have. This is a really weird roll. So I have 2 6s.
Yes.
I have 4 1s, and one of those ones is the stress die.
All right. Roll a d6 and add 2.
4.
For total?
4 total.
You're fine.
Cool.
You don't panic, and your roll resolves normally, which is quite good. So how many total successes did you get? That's a lot.
I got 2 successes.
2 successes, which means that
Yep.
you succeed, and you can use one of those as to buy a stunt. I would suggest, how do I get in, past, or away is probably the right stunt to buy. Specifically, like, how do I get in?
Yeah, 100%. I would go with that. Yep.
So you look around and you maybe like toss a rock in and kind of listen to it and do some observation. There clearly is some sort of chamber down below. And you don't observe any threats, so you think it's just a matter of climbing down.
Hey guys, I think we might actually be okay going down here. Like, yeah, it's a sinkhole, but that seems to be like we should be fine. Like, I think Matano is fine down there, so I think.
Unless he's
I know it
been
sounds
crushed.
weird.
Unless he's been crushed to
Unless,
death.
well, yeah, unless he's been crushed. But we've been fine. And I just started climbing down. I just got to start climbing down because I'm interested and I feel safe enough knowing that I'll be fine.
Okay, go ahead and give me an agility mobility.
Sure.
You know,
This is
the thing you're great at.
Yeah, 3.
Apparently.
And plus my stress die.
Yeah.
No successes, but no stress.
All right. Would you like to push that?
I would like to push that.
All right. Increase your stress to 3 and then roll with all the dice. So when you increase the stress to push it, you roll with that die as well. So your stress level is now 3, I believe.
Sorry, hang on. So basically, my agility plus my mobility is 3 dice. My stress is now 3, so I roll another 3 dice.
Yes. 3 regular,
Got ya.
3 stress.
Got you. Okay.
And then let me know if you get any 1s on your stress die.
Yes. Okay. So the first 3, nothing on there. All 5s on the stresses, but no 6s anyway.
All right. Yeah, you begin, you just head back or maybe grab from Sam the rope that she was using.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The rope
Yeah,
that she
just
used.
wrap it around a rock and then without talking to anyone, just start climbing down. And it's going pretty well until you find yourself hanging, like trying to support your entire body with just your hands, no gloves, no harness, and you are not a particularly strong man. Yeah, so you fall. You fall maybe only about 10 feet. It is bumps and bruises, but not enough to take away any of your health. You fall onto a ledge of stone. And it's kind of at an angle, so you kind of have to scrabble and catch yourself so you don't go sliding off of it down to hit the next. So it's kind of like a pachinko board, right?
Yeah.
So you're about to slide down, but you catch yourself. And we'll say that we get a very cinematic shot as your torso slides out over the edge, and we see a line of light, this kind of bluish white light, cross your face, and then you look down. We flash back up to Pierce and Humboldt. So now 2 of your party are in a hole.
Humboldt.
Yeah, how's that babysitting going?
Sam probably just
It's like the babies have run away.
in disgust, just like, what was that?
I don't know what that guy is doing. I don't know why he decided to just willy-nilly jump into a random glowing hole. I don't know why corporate people have to be completely useless and just get themselves into trouble every single time they come around. I just can't catch a break with these guys.
You know, Pierce, I've always wondered, and I've always thought to ask you, but you've always been kind of a grump. The people from corporate, why don't they just send, like, drones or something in place of them actually being out here?
Because they have to pretend that they have a reason to pay these people.
Yeah, but they just manage the numbers in the building. They should be fine there.
People are
think.
people are cheaper than. Look, just a regular like loading frame is $50,000. That's a lot more expensive than the average miner.
Yeah, we should just hire those instead of miners. Plus, child labor laws in space.
I mean, there are synthetics. You could certainly have a bunch of synthetics. It's just they have a tendency to go mad and murder people. Anyway,
Synthetic miners, cool. So Pierce, are we going in this glowing hole? By the way, that glow is nothing I've seen before.
Yeah,
It's not anything-
I've seen before either.
Um,
Part of me wants to just leave the corporate guy to deal with whatever special thing he found, but I guess we have to go after them. I really don't want people breathing down my necks trying to bring up investigations as to why these two newbies just suddenly disappeared. That's too much paperwork.
so what happens?
so I'm gonna go back to the car and get myself and Pierce some gloves for this rope.
It's a good idea.
Sam, watch the hole and the car now. Make sure nobody else comes down the hole. Make sure nobody takes the vehicle.
Yep. Sam, by the way, is back at your vehicle and has engaged or has limbered the winch because of course it's and is pulling out the cable.
Mm-hmm.
And you can strap into an appropriate harness.
Got it. Yep.
Connected to the winch, and she will operate it in conjunction with your kind of survival light. It probably has a short range radio on it, so you can communicate without shouting. Nothing fancy, unless your equipment says otherwise. But yeah, you can communicate to her, and she'll start lowering you down on the winch. It's sliding at first,
Right.
until you reach the first lip, and then you find yourself dangling over Lawson, who I'm going to say is still peering into the glow with rapt attention. It's quite lovely.
At least he didn't fall far.
Montana would have been yelling this whole time, like for help, if
Montana,
possible.
it is
that's
not possible.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Your cop's full of sand.
Something shut him up. It's a miracle.
So hostile.
Like, this is not a good day, and this is just a distraction from other things that I need to be worrying about. But no, I have to go babysit these two
Yes.
because they decide to just fall in holes. Speaking of which, why did you jump in the hole?
I didn't jump. I just. I knew it'd be safe.
Why
and
did
I
you
wanted to come
delicately
down.
lower yourself into the hole and then slip and fall? Like I knew you would.
I don't know. I just trusted myself to go down there and wanted to see what was down here, and here we are. So it was fine, right?
Yeah.
The
it's
hubris
fine.
of science.
Yes.
I hate scientists.
So what do we
Alright.
see at the moment? What am I like?
Yeah, you're probably
Is
shouting
it-
shouting. What you see is you can actually see part of the vehicle. It is partially buried in a big pile of scree. And as you angle your head, you can see at least part of the source of the glow. It looks, you know how a swimming pool at night has that bluish glow with the rippling effect?
Yeah.
There is a pool of luminescent fluid. It is unlike water, however, it is fairly opaque. so you can't tell how deep it is. And it appears to have complex wave patterns. This is what you've been staring at, is the complex wave patterns on the surface. There is no, you certainly can't feel any vibrations. I mean, there's the occasional sound of, loose scree falling or whatever. But you certainly aren't feeling any deep bass kind of earth shaking vibrations. And there, as far as you can tell, there's no wind. But it does look like, how like on a very gusty day, a little puddle will have like wind ripples that blow in one way and then blow in another and kind of create an interference pattern. That's what the surface of the fluid is doing.
Am I aware of what this fluid is?
Yes. You were probably expecting a small amount. This is...
Yeah, maybe not, if anything.
This is substantial.
Cool. Is everyone else with us at the moment, or...?
Pierce and Humboldt are kind of dangling from a winch cable, and probably have communicated to Sam to let you down.
Yep.
Okay.
So they're currently kind of propped up on this same stone outcropping that you're clinging to for dear life.
Am I still clinging?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's at a good, like 20-degree decline.
Right, okay. Okay, cool. So I'm not back on my feet or anything like that.
I mean, you can try. It's just that it risks slipping.
Yeah.
I'll put it this way. You're not currently falling, and you're probably less apt to try to shift around more than you need to.
Yeah. Cool. All right, okay. So I may need assistance at some point, but no rush, anyone. I saw that.
All right. Have you seen Montana at all, Lawson?
Have I seen Montana?
No.
No. No idea. No idea. I can't see him. I'm still looking at the globe, by the way, sort of half distracted.
Yeah.
So can we see this stuff too?
I think from your angle, you can see the glow reflected on the side of the wall, but you would have to kind of angle yourself to. Lawson can see it because Lawson's head is kind of out over this lip. Yeah.
All right. What are you staring at?
What?
What are you staring at? You're looking at something. What is it? If it's not Montana,
glowing.
what is it?
There's something glowing over there. Something quite cool. It's just sciencey stuff. Can you help me out? I'm a bit stuck. I can't really go anywhere. Look at
Wait. We will only pick you up on one condition. Stop jumping into holes.
Ew.
Great. Let's get you out of this hole.
I will help pick up Murphy.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me.
I'd rather not.
Well, I mean, things could go wrong, don't you think?
I don't know. I'm winched in there.
I'm expecting it. I'm expecting it.
Go ahead and give me a strength stamina, Humboldt.
All right, yeah. And then plus my 1 stress, I believe.
Should be 2.
2. Why would I have 2?
1 from nearly falling in a hole and 1 from realizing that someone is missing.
Oh.
I think everyone's did 2.
I don't remember having 1 from almost falling in a hole.
I thought I only had 1.
Because I passed. But okay.
You're in a hole.
Fine.
You have at least 2 stress.
Oh, no. It's not good.
The anyway, guys, it's just these bloody holes.
We have boons.
We do have boons.
What kind of boons we got going on here? First off, I got a 6 in my regular dice.
Got 5 major boons.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
And I failed the stress, but I do have a 6.
And for this system, because it's a 6 count, I will say minor boon is a reroll 1 die, and major boon is reroll all or up to all.
Okay.
Might change that, but I think that makes sense.
Okay. I'm gonna use a minor boon to reroll my stress die.
Okay.
I don't know the command to use that, so
I'll do it.
hey, I got a 6 on my stress.
Woo.
And I, of course, deleted Murphy's. Oh, there it goes. I accidentally typed and deleted Murphy's skill. Okay.
He has no skill. He has died now.
Okay.
Drop him.
So did you? I'm sorry, I was fiddling with stuff. Did you succeed?
Yes, I got a so I got 1 6 on my my regular roll and a 6 on the
Oh, excellent.
stress.
Excellent. Very well. Oh, you know what? Roll another die because you took one forward on a similar situation, and that's what this is. You might get another one, or you might.
I got a 4.
Okay. So yes, you can bank another extra die if you'd like,
Sure.
or just be impressive.
You know what? I'll be impressive this time.
Cool. So Humboldt very athletically just grabs like a tether on a carabiner and reaches down and loops it around Lawson's belt, and then communicates to Sam to like winch you up a foot. And as you do, Lawson, you feel yourself lifting up off the stone and then kind of swinging out into space. And then Humboldt communicates to start lowering you again. Collectively, you're able to kind of push yourself off the sides and angle yourself so you start to descend into what is a relatively large chamber. It's probably 30 feet tall. It is maybe 50 feet in diameter, although it's roughly shaped. Directly below you and off a little bit to the side, is a partially buried vehicle and a pile of scree. And then there's this pool. The scree itself looks like it has partially spilled into this pool, and the area where the scree interacts with the pool is a bit odd. Gives you the sense that this liquid is viscous, like maybe it has a very high surface tension, because it seems to be slightly crawled up the side of the rock. Pierce, since you saved your high beam, you can flash the high beam. You can see that there's actually a tunnel that extends past this pool.
Assuming we don't see Montana anywhere.
Do not.
Great.
Sam lowers you down.
We're gonna have to probably go look in that tunnel for Montana because he was probably stupid and ran off.
Does sound like a corporate thing to do.
It does.
As you find your feet and unhook yourselves from the winch, communicate with Sam to leave it there. I think I would like everyone to give me a jump scare roll. So this is going to be
scare roll.
This
That's
is going.
cool.
So this is roll d6, then add your stress to it.
Oh, okay, just 1d6 plus stress.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
5.
Okay.
8.
Okay.
15.
That's not possible.
That's not possible.
Is it not?
No, a d6
what-
plus the total number of stress you have. So just the number, not the number of dice.
Oh, okay.
So a
then
d
7.
7. Okay.
I'm
Cool.
confused. There's too many numbers.
Minor
I'm not.
boon.
I think 15. You have a heart attack and die. Cool. So I need Pierce and Humboldt to take an additional stress. as perhaps responding to the speaking of his name, or maybe just the being crushed by people standing on top of him, Montana comes awake and a hand shoots out of the scree right next to your feet. So Humboldt and Pierre. So Lawson is just like, oh, interesting. I mean, you get your adrenaline kicks
like
in,
zombies too.
but you don't freak out. Pierce and Humboldt probably both scream and scramble back.
I'm also gonna pull my gun.
Yes, it's just
Yeah, reaching for
The gun scares me. The gun scares me.
You can take a stress if you would like. As Humboldt's waving a gun around. Lawson's like, no, put your gun away. It's Montana. So Lawson goes to help drag Montana out as Pierce and Humboldt kind of are staggering. Hey, Pierce and Humboldt.
Oh boy.
Why don't you guys give me an agility mobility?
Oh boy.
I'm having a great time. Before this happens.
What's going on?
Agility mobility.
Oh, what's
So-
that again?
Total your agility and mobility. Roll that in regular dice, then roll your stress dice.
I'm gonna use a major boon and re-roll my stress dice.
Okay.
Uh-huh. So the only thing that counts on regular dice are sixes.
Sixes. Stress dice count sixes and ones.
Right. got
Okay,
it.
much better. I got 1/6 on my regular roll, 1/6 on the stress die.
Okay.
I got one on my. I got a one on my stress die,
Okay.
and I got 2 6s on my regular.
Awesome. Go ahead and roll a d6 and add your total stress. So this is a panic roll.
5.
Okay. So Pierce manages to like scramble back and put the solid stone wall to your back, so it's a little bit stable. Humboldt, however, heads to the other direction, and you can feel the loose scree beneath you kind of starting to give way. You begin to slide down toward this pool as you're freaking out. However, you are able to catch yourself before you go for a little swim. Would you like to impress an ally or save a +1 to a later related roll to navigate this environment?
Yeah, I will. I'm going to save one.
Cool.
Terrible things are just going to continue to happen to me, apparently.
Yes. They are, in fact. You were able to stop yourself before you went for a little dunk. But you watch fascinated as the fluid begins to... Have you ever seen like ferrofluid?
Yes.
In the area near where your boot is dangling, maybe a foot from the surface, that same kind of spiky, kind of whirling, rotating pattern begins to emerge, and a spike of this fluid projects toward your foot. Everyone can see this. Everyone take a stress.
Did I take any damage?
No damage. I will say you take a stress for being kind of knocked out.
So I'm at 3, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Humboldt, I think... Yeah, I think another... I assume you'd like to dodge, right?
Yes.
Give me another mobility, agility mobility, but add a die because you took an extra one, right?
Yes.
from your
I
stunt?
just-
I think.
yeah.
Brain
Yes.
fog says you did.
That's a extra regular die, right?
Yes.
Right. Not helpful. And then my stress dice.
Yes.
Okay. Well, got one in stress and then a 6 in regular.
Oh, a 1 in your stress die.
Of course I did.
All right,
I
go
got
ahead
so
and
many of
roll,
these damn things.
roll a d6 and add 4.
Oh God.
8.
Oh, all right. I still think that that's in the you don't die range.
I guess
Oh.
so.
So you dodge and then freak right out. You jerk your foot back and then you can feel your whole body starting to slide. And this spike shoots up and then sort of liquefies, and it almost looks like it's tracking you. So Humboldt begins to have a little bit of a situation. I would like you to, oh yes, you are trembling uncontrollably. All skill rolls that rely on agility suffer from a -2 modification until your panic stops.
Great.
I hate this game.
Having a great time. It's gonna cure a pee in there.
It's all Space Britain's fault.
I get a
Space
stunt
Britain.
from my roll
Hmm?
since I had the 2. Did I get a stunt from my roll since I had 2 sixes? Okay. Cool. I'll take the +1.
Cool.
Just in case.
Yes.
Pierce probably has Montana out of the scree
Yeah.
at this point, right?
Yeah. You kind of got the wind knocked out of you. And you have a bit of a headache. But probably what made you lose consciousness was just like, because the atmosphere is pretty thin and you do have a rebreather, but you were kind of hyperventilating as you were going down. And that probably is what caused you fainted more than you got knocked out.
Got it.
And your suit is wrecked. I should have awarded additional stress. Your shoes are scuffed. Take 1 stress per shoe.
Oh no.
But no, you probably have other things to worry about. But yes, Lawson has helped to dig you out.
Yeah. So as I'm watching this kind of this going on with like Humboldt and the liquid is like reaching up to him. I like my like if anyone was paying attention to Montana's eyes, they would see him kind of like hyper focusing on like the pool of liquid, but especially the like the tendril that's reaching up. I want to, let's see, I don't have anything on my person exactly. I want to like look around and see if do I remember seeing any kind of like containers or anything like that in the car that like we were looking at before, the one that like came down with us?
There were like sacks and stuff.
Oh, you said there was a piss jug, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try and like as everybody is looking at this thing with the liquid, I'm gonna try and like back towards the car and see if the pee jug is intact.
Yeah. It's plastic.
Yeah, I'm gonna empty it out, just kind of like quickly, just like pop it open, empty it out, and stash it. Just kind of like stash it in a pocket.
Oh no,
and
it's
then
like a
make my
milk
way-
carton.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna hold it and
Okay.
then make my way back over towards everybody.
Cool.
Do you need to pee?
No, we need to document this.
It just like tried to stab Humboldt.
Yep. No.
I've
no,
documented. I don't like it.
That's fine, but
Back to the car.
Shakes.
No, I don't think you all realize like this is the find of the century. This is gonna put this planet on the map.
Here's the thing:
I have a vote.
Figure out coordinates and tell somebody else to come deal with it, and they can get stabbed.
Now, if anybody else comes here, then they have legal claim to this. We have to get a sample to prove that we were here.
While you would been talking, I've been already getting samples.
Oh.
Don't touch that.
I've already been. Yeah, I literally the second I got Montana out, when you got the piss jar, what the fuck are you doing? I was literally
Both of
already
you.
getting samples. I was already getting samples.
I'm getting child
So-
leashes.
I'm a scientist. Not. I'm not. I've only got smarts.
While Pierce is arguing with
Lawson.
Montana,
Go ahead.
I say, while Pierce is arguing with Montana and Lawson is doing whatever the hell he's doing in the background that nobody's watching him do. I'm just gonna talk to Sam and be like, yeah, I'm ready to leave. Let me just double check with these guys, and then I'll turn around and see them doing what they're doing.
Okay. Lawson, first, I think I would
Yes.
like you to use your analysis talent.
Love to. For every 6 you roll. Okay, what do I need to roll?
Observation. So wits observation, which is 8 die, plus your plus 4 stress die.
That's a lot of die.
It is.
Okay, I will separate the die. Okay, so 8, 2, 4, 6, 8.
But-
Okay, that's 8.
If you are successful, this will reduce the stress level of other PCs within short range, which is everyone.
yeah.
And if it
Because
fails, it will
I'm
increase
gonna
their
stress
stress
everyone
roll.
out.
Yes.
Oh no.
Right. So I got in that. This is This is 2 6s in there. No ones, and then now I'm gonna roll for the stress.
Yes.
No ones in there.
Major Bane.
Oh no.
Reroll it all.
I love it. You know what? I absolutely goddamn love it. Also, sorry for swearing. Okay, I got 3 6s in that first roll, and now we're gonna do our stress. 6 4 4 4.
Oh,
6
well.
4 4 4.
Well, it was meant to be. You, without hesitation, scramble down, kind of pulling out some gloves as you do. And, you pull out of your little bag or fanny pack or whatever, a little set of tongs, and you grab, we'll say 2 vials of this liquid. It's a somewhat disturbing experience because as you lower the vial in, the liquid comes up of its own accord and kind of touches it and then starts to depress away from it. And you kind of have to force the vial in.
So it's almost like it doesn't want to go in. Like it's actually I'm good where I am
Or something.
or something. Okay.
And you kind of have to, and even as you pull the vial out, some of the fluid, it's hard to break the surface tension. So maybe it takes a try or two before you can get a piece of it to actually break free and rest in the vial.
Have I experienced anything like this before?
No.
No.
I mean, you probably have experience with unusual materials and things like ferrofluid, etc. But not this particular phenomena.
Okay, cool. All right. And you said I got 2 vials. Vials.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I will store one.
Well,
in
actually,
my
hold
fanny
on.
pack.
You got a total of 3 successes,
Yes.
so 3 vials. We'll say that
Okay, cool.
each success can be an impromptu stunt of getting an extra vial.
Fantastic. Okay, cool. So I'll store one in my fanny pack. I do have a fanny pack. And then I come back to the where everyone else was with the other two
Yeah.
in hand.
Do we see that you got 3 and stashed 1,
Yes.
or was that like a sneaky?
Oh, it was. I think it was quite obvious because you were kind of having to fight to grab it. I mean, you could. I would say retroactively, if you want to be super sly about it.
I generally thought I was away from people, so people didn't
I mean,
see
you're all
what I
kind
did.
of super close, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I did want to be sneaky then. Yes, that was my.
Okay.
Because I thought if everyone's like arguing and doing their own thing, I snuck by while everyone's distracted, basically.
Well, folks are distracted, but you are quite close.
Okay.
I think so. Go ahead and give me.
Will my luck run out?
I think stealth is effectively agility, mobility,
That would make sense.
and you are going to, I think, be at a -2 penalty. 1 because everyone's close. Or it's a net. It's a net 2.
Die.
It's a
One
net 2.
die.
But you get to roll all your stress die.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Oh,
stress is
Okay.
good.
So 5 die.
Yeah. Stress is good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I've not called that to group yet. Okay. Okay, that's fine. There's no stress fails, but there's no 6s.
Okay, so then people see it.
Okay, that's fine.
Probably because as you're looking over your shoulder. Like if you hadn't been watching to make sure that they weren't watching you, they probably wouldn't have noticed. But the fact that you're constantly looking over your shoulder to check is enough to attract attention.
Obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll walk back. Well, and I sort of hold the vials up, the 2 that I had. Yeah,
Great. There's your samples. Can we go?
This is what Montana was talking about. This is important. This is huge. I don't know a lot about it, but this is big.
I've got my
Great, you
notebook
got
out,
it.
and
Can we go?
so that's 3 samples. And he like tosses the jug over his shoulder. Well, let's get out of here.
A little splash of pee on the wall. The scree settles again underneath you, sending a fresh wave, cascading into this pool of glowing fluid. Something is dislodged that was under the surface. A form rises to the surface. It is humanoid. It is.
How does it rise? Does it?
Well, like it literally just kind of floats to the surface.
Okay.
The fluid moves away. It parts as the form, eyes open, mouth open, a pool of this glowing fluid in the mouth, little tiny pools in the corners of the eyes. It seems, however, twisted somehow. Like the form is twisted in on itself. There isn't much of an expression on the face other than eyes open wide, mouth open wide. Pierce, you recognize this person. Everyone take a stress, please.
So did we lose 1 stress for the analyze roll success?
Yes.
Just about to say that. Yeah.
Okay, so just right back to 4.
So basically, yeah, everyone goes
Just
back.
right
See-
back.
Everyone goes back to normal. Cool.
Seeing someone dead,
Yeah.
apparently dead, is enough to increase the stress level.
Great.
What do you do? You recognize this as an individual, one of 2 brothers who are known to you from New Mariner City.
That sucks. Mm, is he alive? Like, could we save him?
Maybe. It's hard to tell. What
I wanna
Do
happens?
I
try.
see? Do I see Pierce sort of reacting differently to Pierce? Do you know this thing?
I mean, yeah, I'm the sheriff of a tiny colony. I recognize pretty much everybody that lives there. This is a person that lived there.
Okay, so past tense, live there. Can we leave? We got our stuff. Let's leave.
But this, can we deal with this first? This is a bit odd.
What if he's alive?
We can deal with it from up there, and it'll all be the same, unless that thing can jump all the freaking way out of this hole.
I shout out hello to it.
Your voice echoes.
Is it like
Through this
floating
cavern.
prone?
Oh yeah, face up, kind of twisted.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to grab a large rock, like something that's pretty big and hefty but still liftable, and carry it over and put it on the chest of the body.
You'll have to throw it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, this pool is quite large.
Oh, I thought it was like right near the shore.
It kind of popped up in the middle. But yeah, you can chuck a rock at it.
Yeah, I'll still chuck a rock at it.
Throw a rock at him? What if he's alive?
Well, I mean,
There's no way he's alive.
You don't know.
But it'll be better for everyone if he's not found here.
well, let's just see. Go ahead and give me an agility ranged combat.
Agility ranged combat.
Throwing, shooting, all the same thing.
While he's throwing stuff at this goo man, I would just like to bring up the point that the liquid, if that's what we're calling it, I don't believe that in a second. It seems to be dense.
Yes.
So how did that thing float up to the top?
Oh,
Maybe he swam up. Maybe he fell in.
if the density of the fluid is greater than the density of the human body, greater than the density of water plus a little bit, then it would make sense that it would float.
Right.
Montana,
But just now.
what'd you get?
That is no successes and 1 stress fail.
Awesome. Go ahead and roll a d6 and add number equal to your total number of stress, which I think for you
5
is
total.
4. So you rolled a 1. Excellent.
Speedrun's going great.
So you are kind of freaked out and just kind of like throw the rock. Like you were like aiming up for a. You know what? You could have aimed. So we're not in combat, but in every round there's a fast action and a slow action. You could have taken a fast action to aim, which would have added 2 dice.
Yeah,
You could totally have done that.
that is 1 6.
Excellent. So you got to check it and you go, wait a second, no. And you like steady yourself on the screen, make sure it's not going to slide out from under you, and then just toss the rock. It pings off the skull of this person, bounces into the fluid. And again, it almost like the rock rests on the surface of the fluid for just a bare moment before sinking in. The body then begins to spasm in a very distressing way.
Like a seizure?
Yes, it makes choking, gagging noises. You can hear snapping from within it as the limbs contort even more. The head is jerked violently to the side as the entire thing. It's hard to tell whether the agitation of the pool is solely due to this spasming figure or whether the pool itself is somehow vibrating in sympathy. But the whole surface, like if you take a relatively viscous fluid and then pump a speaker underneath it, and you can see like the standing waves of sound, it's doing that. It's real freaky. The body then begins to eject matter of some sort from its mouth.
What color is this?
It's that same kind of glowy, but it's got a reddish tinge to it. But it appears to be ejecting chunks of something.
Okay,
As they
well,
fly into the air, they wriggle and writhe and morph almost.
Sam, I'd like to go up now.
Yeah, time to leave.
Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here quick. Must leave.
All right.
I'm in fixed, but I go.
Well, what happens?
I call Sam to winch me up.
All right. So, is anyone else affixed to the winch?
I'm probably still clipped in.
Well, I would say that you had to have unclipped yourself to go anywhere, but
Okay. I think as it started freaking out, I went and was like, yeah, we're just gonna clip back on and leave, because
I think this is worthy of stress, don't you?
No.
Nope. Just fear.
Yep.
Probably so. And not a success or fail, but I would like everyone to give me a mobility agility.
I don't know if I have that many dice. So many dice to roll.
And adding that stress as well, yeah?
Oh yeah, always.
Oh, okay. Always. Okay.
We're getting into Shadowrun territories of dice.
Yeah, this is partly to see how quickly you can, how well and how quickly you can clip yourselves on, and also to see if anyone loses their stuff and panics.
Okay.
I'll just wait.
6 on regular roll, 1-6 on stress die, and 1-1 on stress die.
Well, you know what happens when you roll a 1 on the stress die? You roll a d6, then you add your total number of stress.
That's great.
Okay.
I've
I'm
got
gonna use the minor boon and reroll that.
Okay.
1 success and I got 1 stress fail. I am rolling. And that is an 11 stress.
Ooh.
That's fun.
No,
Yeah.
no es muy bueno.
I also got a 10.
Do you want to wait for everyone else to unveil what they've got?
Sure.
Or-
So
okay.
Montana panics and immediately seeks cover. So I'm going to say the nearest cover is inside the car. So
Yeah, I
Montana
was
just
probably right next to the water's edge, just having thrown it, and I see this spasm go out, and I just book it for the car.
and just dive in the car. Yes. Pierce, what did you wind up with?
10.
Oh, you freeze. Everyone's stress level goes up by 1. As you just, because you're seeing this person that you know violently explode. It's like all their insides are coming out, but the insides are somehow still alive. Yeah, and you just fight or flight are evenly balanced in your mind. How did Humboldt fare?
I rolled no 6s and no 1s on anything.
Cool. So you're just sitting there trying to clip yourself on. Now I will say, Humboldt, you're fairly certain that you could just hold on to the hook.
Probably.
If you want a GTFO,
Yep.
you could just risk it to hold on to the hook.
Mm, that sounds like a whole lot of rolling there.
One roll. I mean,
Sure.
It's yeah, cool. And I'm not even going to make it an agility roll, so you aren't at a -2 for your uncontrollable trembling. How about you, Lawson? How'd you do? I heard you did great.
I did really good. So I didn't get any sixes in my normal rolls. In my oh sorry, I need to roll another one. Sorry. Oh, that's good. That added an extra great. So there was a 1 in my stress, but there's now 2 ones in my stress.
Good.
But there is a 6. Does that help?
Yeah.
There's
Potentially.
1 6 and 2 ones.
Potentially.
Of my 4 stress rolls.
Potentially.
Before we added them on earlier.
Roll a d6 and add your total stress.
Am I adding that 5 now, or
Yes.
is that
Yes.
tough? I swear.
D6 plus 5. The worst you can get is 11.
It still
Yeah,
didn't
but I've got
like me.
10.
Oh.
It
Yeah.
would be 9 otherwise, but it's fine.
Oh, you
It's
know
fine, don't worry about
what? It's so funny because 10 is freeze.
it. Okay, good.
You're frozen by fear or stress, losing your next action.
Excellent.
Your stress level and the stress level of all friendly PCs in short range of you increases by 1. So everyone's
Great.
stress goes up.
Don't blame me, all right? You're the one who picked
It's a cascade. One person freaks out and it starts making other people freak out.
Sam is
Can we change the scene to see what
body.
Sam's doing up there?
Sam's just up by the we see Sam standing in the light of the headlamps, just like smoking a cigarette.
Xenomorph is with them as well. Just
When
hanging
are
out.
these guys gonna come out of this damn hole?
Lighting a smoke with the other alien.
Yeah.
Lighting a smoke with a plasma torch.
Yeah.
You want one, buddy?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm gonna smoke you with my little mouth. So 2 of your number are frozen in panic. 1 has gone to ground in the car. What do you do? The 2 who are frozen in panic just get another round of basically watching this fountain of viscera.
All right. So
You have a ringside seat as these
Yep.
chunks of living flesh hit the pool or hit the stone outside the pool and begin to swim or crawl around under their own power.
fantastic. Who
One
do I
of the
like
chunks
more?
of something that lands on dry ground as it wriggles and writhes, you can see it sprouting appendages.
Oh, that sounds good.
All the
I
better
would-
to crawl around with.
I would, yeah. Thank you, Big Bad Wolf Grandma. I would like to grab Lawson and hook him to the cave.
Well, Lawson and Montana get a chance to act. You, Pierce, and Humboldt are frozen for a moment. So if there's something Lawson or Montana would like to do.
I thought Lawson
Yeah.
was frozen.
No, Lawson is hiding. Pearson
I
is...
wasn't hiding, was it? I was just
Montana
frozen.
was hiding.
Oh, no, you're right.
Pierce and
Montana.
Lawson are frozen. I'm not.
Correct. Humboldt, you are hanging. You have the hook. So Humboldt and Montana, what are you doing? Sorry.
Yeah. The panic. Yeah. So I can't break a panic myself. I'm not remembering. Did the compulsion to like hide, is that like a one turn thing, or am I like staying in hide mode until? Oh, here's the table.
Yes.
Seek cover.
You're
Oh,
allowed
after
to
one
make...
round, I can act normally.
Yeah.
Okay.
This isn't as bad as it gets later.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
no one has become psychotic or catatonic yet.
Yeah. Okay. So, like my ill-conceived plan to try and hide the evidence, get rid of this body, sink it back down under the fluid, so that we can like leave with our samples. That was just a mistake from the start. I am kind of like crouching there, like behind the seat, looking out at this flesh rain that's going on, and probably as soon as I start to see they're like growing legs and wriggling around and walking, like I like start scrabbling at the door and like the opposite side of the car and trying to like find like the handle to like open the door.
Yeah.
And so what I'm gonna try and do is like open it and then get over to the winch and hook myself onto the cable so that I can get out of here. So I imagine that's probably hard for me to do in my panic, but
No,
yeah,
I think it's
that's
just
what I'm gonna try and do.
it's just agility mobility.
Okay.
The difficulty happening from your stress level is just the risk of further panic.
Okay.
You guys are
I
just
feel like
gonna
I have too much
all-
panic.
We're
I'll
just
go
gonna die
psychotic.
in this hole.
Should I be at 8 stress?
You want to be?
Oh, yes. Yeah, let's be at 8 stress.
Oh gosh.
No, I
don't-
think that's right. Yeah.
I've been adding like in my tray is like if there's a stress dice in the tray, then like that's the stress that I have, and I've been adding a die whenever you say to take one. So I think 8 is correct.
Yep,
I'm at
that's what it looks
7.
like. Yep.
Oh, that's not good.
We have boons
Yeah, I'm gonna use a boon.
to reroll a 1 on your stress die.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea.
Do I have to do a boon per, or just like one flat major boon to reroll all of them?
A major is reroll up to all.
Okay.
If you had, for example, like one fail on your stress die, you could just use
Well,
a
I've
minor.
got 3 fails on my stress die.
Use a major.
Your choice of whether to use a major or 3 minors.
I'm gonna use a major
Okay,
and reroll.
I'll type it in for you.
Oh, thank you. Just these 3 or all the stress die?
You can reroll up to all of them.
Yeah.
So like if you have, so meta, and this isn't part of the game because boons and banes aren't part of that, but you could reroll like all the 1s in your stress pool plus any that didn't hit a 6 in your regular pool because you don't run the risk of panicking off that.
Yeah. I think that's what I'll do.
Okay.
Okay. So that's 2 6s. No, 3 6s.
Ooh.
And no stress fails.
Beautiful. So would you like to give someone else a +1 on a related,
Yeah, I'm gonna-
or give yourself a +1 on a later roll? Or give 2 people +1s, or 1 for yourself and 1 for someone else?
I'm going to give myself a +1, and I am also going to give who's like at the Humboldt. Yeah, I'm gonna give Humboldt a +1.
Excellent. So yes, you very nimbly climb out the far side of the car, kind of vault over back towards the thing, reach up, grab one of these straps, and clip it back into your belt since you didn't have a harness on.
Yeah.
And then start trying to help Humboldt clip in. What are you doing,
I'm
Humboldt?
probably like I see that like, oh, there's a strap that is like miswoven through the carabiner or something, and I'm like reaching over and like just like quickly rearranging and like, no, oh, here, you need to be like this.
Humboldt, what are you doing?
How far away is everybody?
I think Pierce and Lawson are each about 10 feet from you.
So I can't reach them.
I mean, you can walk over there. You can't just like reach out and touch them. Well, maybe you could,
Reach
Pierce.
out and
Pierce is
touch
probably
faith.
Pierce is probably closer to you. Lawson was the one that was over by the edge of the pool.
Right. Yeah. Going for a little skinny dipping or whatever.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I have the hook of the winch.
Yep.
So that sound like his name, that the hook of the winch.
It is. Just got some slack on it so I could walk over to them. Or how much do you think?
You can, I think easily you can communicate to Sam to give you some slack.
Okay. Sam, just give me a little slack here. And then I will
Easy enough.
walk past Pierce to kind of maybe just hoping just doing that will like break her vision and make her a little less tense.
Okay.
And then grabbing Lawson by the back of the belt to hook him on.
And I'm going to say, because Lawson is just standing there, it doesn't even take a roll. You just hook it in.
Yep.
That is what breaks the paralysis for Lawson and Pierce. The breaking of Pierce's line of sight to this flesh fountain, and Lawson feeling yourself tugged around the belt as Humboldt slips the hook. What do you two do?
I still need to clip in.
Probably so.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Unless you just want to. Yep. I mean, you are kind of freaking out.
A little bit.
Wonder why.
It's fine.
But I think with the fact that Montana's clipped in is there to help. I'm going to say, Montana, you can shift that +1 since Humboldt didn't really have to roll. You can shift that to Pierce. I'm going to say it's going to be a bunch of dice. This is ordinarily an easy task. So you are going to roll your mobility agility at +3 dice.
Cool.
The real problem is that you might freak the F out.
Yeah, we'll see what that says.
Let's go.
Okay, so that's 2 6s on the normal.
Excellent. No, you just have to roll 7 stress die.
And no ones.
I'm gonna minor boon. Actually, major boon.
Oh.
How many mages do
I'll
we
type
have?
it.
We've got a bunch.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Chat
yeah,
wants you to
less
live,
than-
unfortunately.
Boo chat.
Okay. So that was 2 6s on the normal, 1 6 on the stress, and then no 1s on the stress.
Beautiful. So you have 2 excess successes. Would you like to give yourself a +1 or other people +1s? Or divide and conquer?
Yeah, I think I'll give the +1 to Montana since he's helping me.
Okay. And then take one for yourself? Because you had a total of 3 6s, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. All right. Humboldt.
Yep, that's me.
Everyone is sort of clipped in. I mean, Lawson's going to be dangling from his belt. But what do you do?
Tell Sam to take us up.
All right. So we see a scene as the winch starts to, and you hear the squealing and scraping of the cable against the rock above.
Right.
More pebbles and stones kind of rain down upon you. As those that are hooked directly into the hook are lifted up first, and then Lawson is just kind of dangling there at the end. The Lawson is able to see how the process ends. The body begins to peel apart after its internals have been expelled. Just pieces of it kind of break free and start flopping and swimming in this glowing fluid. The pieces that had hit the solid ground now have grown a profusion of limbs and are seeking. They have gone from being very kind of uncoordinated to being very focused So as you are raised up, you can see several of these centipede-like creatures attracted by the motion. Like they have these weird, like hair-like appendages along their backs. They're attracted by the sound of motion and begin to rush at alarming speed toward you. You probably draw your arms and legs up as they rear up and begin to reach, almost like little kittens reaching up.
Oh, I like kittens.
Yeah, maybe that's what these will become. But you kind of don't want to find out what happens if they can get a hook into your flesh. So by the time you're dragged up and around that first dog leg, there's a profusion of creatures kind of getting close and trying, even like clambering over each other, trying to climb up to the source of something. Sustenance, reassurance, maybe, who knows? But yes, you are all battered and bruised as you are eventually pulled out of the sinkhole. What happens?
Get in the car.
Yep, let's get in the car.
I look over at Lawson, and do you still have those samples?
I think so. Do I still have them?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I still have them.
Be very careful with them. Actually, I'll carry one of those if you. That'll be safer.
You fell in a hole.
Yeah,
You two
but
are
as
not
long as we don't
exactly
get,
the most
if we don't see another
coordinated to be
hole,
holding these things.
we just have to not run it. Just follow the tracks back the way we came. That should be simple enough, even for.
No, there's
even
still
for,
the tracks
for
heading north. There might still be a survivor
over
out
here.
there. There were two people in that car.
Sorry, quick question.
Yes.
Slightly out of character. Who do you work for, Montana?
I work for.
Have you
Perspective.
said?
I think so. You work for Perspectia, which is the parent company of the local mining company, which is also a subsidiary of a company that is owned by Weyland-Yutani.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't remember if I specifically said that I work for Perspectia, like in character, but I imagine
That's
that
true.
would be not like that would be known. Like
You probably have like a tie pin with a fancy P on it.
Yeah. Like I've got it monogrammed on my like notebook or something.
Right. Okay. That's fine. No, I'm okay. I'm good. I got them safe. It's fine. I'll look after them with my life. Don't worry.
No, I don't think you want. That wasn't a request. Like this is Perspectia property. You need to hand over one of those samples.
I think we've got more pressing things to deal with right now. So shall we get out of here and worry about it later?
I'm going to deem these as hazardous substances and confiscate them.
Pause, everyone just get in the car, and you can argue about it in the car while we drive away.
It's a full-on standoff. I love it.
Humboldt's getting in the car.
I'm walking to the car. I ain't going to the car because I'm like, we need to go. We worry about this later, and I'm going towards the car. Whatever happens, happens.
Does the car have a horn? I'd like to blow the horn at them.
It does not.
Get back in the car.
Does it jump at least?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
It's lowered with hydraulics. It for sure does.
Humboldt, we need to follow the tracks.
The tracks that I made getting here, or the other tracks?
Not the ones that lead back to town, the footsteps.
What time of day is it?
It's night.
It's not day. It's night for a while. For a good few months, so.
Yes, the night line has moved back.
Just checking.
The night line will, in probably about 4 hours, will actually cross over New Mariner City and maybe go another couple of kilometers, and then we'll stay there, and then it will reverse again.
Got it. All right. Yep. North we go.
Okay. Driving around the
I'm not gonna drive in the hole.
Right, drive around the hole.
Yeah.
Probably moving
Into the hole.
relatively slowly.
Yeah, I don't want to.
You crest a ridge and look down on what was clearly an ancient lake bed.
And the tracks go into this lake bed?
They kind of slide down
Right.
the side, and you can see a cave entrance.
And by living on this planet for, we'll say, a number of time, months or so, years, probably heard that this was probably just regular water. This wasn't some sort of...
Millions of years ago.
Right, yeah, this wasn't any sort of weird fluid or
Not to your knowledge.
Antonio or something.
Not to your knowledge.
Okay. If I drive the car down this little embankment of thing, it should be fine, or do we have to get out here?
I'm going to say, we'll say that 15-ish minutes passes without anything traumatic happening, so that will allow everyone to remove a stress.
A whole one stress. Ooh.
I think Pierce probably plays with your dented, engraved hip flask and maybe takes a swig.
Yeah.
Lawson probably takes the quiet moment to open up your unfinished scientific paper, much of which, by the way, has now been invalidated.
Good. Looking at it, just
Cross this off. Cross this
You
off.
have moments. So yes, you all recover one stress, and then Humboldt, I need you to make a agility piloting roll, please.
Yeah, I have all those dice.
I will say that your uncontrolled shaking has also passed, so you are not at -2 on this.
Oh, that's good. Whatever. And 6 stress. So many dice. I would like to use a major boon.
Sounds like a good idea.
3 ones on stress.
oh no, should have left it. Should have left it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Just
driving
gonna
the
crash the car. Everyone's dead.
Back,
We all don't
Back
die
in the
from
hole.
aliens. We die
You go
in a
into
car
fugue
crash.
state and just drive straight into the cave.
And the car is stuck forever.
Yes.
All our bodies
then
inside it.
you just have to walk back. It's fine.
Okay, so on my regular dice, I got nothing of importance.
Okay.
On my stress dice, I got 1 6 and 1 1.
All right. Go ahead and roll a d6 and add 6.
12.
That is, well, just fantastic.
Dream.
Isn't it though? It's the greatest thing ever. How many stress do you want me to add? 5?
No. This is the best part. As you crest, the loose kind of soil that makes up this ridge begins to shift a little bit, so you kind of go, and the vehicle fishtails a little bit. This pans the lights over toward the cave entrance, and you see a figure. And just out of panic response, Humboldt begins to scream at the top of his lungs in this enclosed space with the rest of you, which of course means everyone else starts screaming. And no one knows why. Everyone but Humboldt's stress goes up by 1.
Woo.
Humboldt's, yours goes down
By 1?
by 1 because screaming is cathartic. And then I need Pierce,
That's the
Montana, and Lawson to go ahead and give me a panic roll.
and what's a panic roll again?
That's the roll a d6 and add your stress.
That's an 11.
I got a 13.
Oh,
More screaming.
So wait. So we're rolling a d6 plus.
no. It's
how many stresses we have?
A d6, 1d6.
Oh yeah, of course I forget.
Then
all
it's the
this. I'm sorry,
value
9.
plus the.
Oh, sorry, 8.
Oh, 8. All right. Well,
Yeah, 8. Sorry, yeah.
cool.
8
So-
d6 would be
mean,
So
Yeah, I was about to say, I was about to roll 7d6s, and I was like, there's no way I'm going to get anything lower than
So
whatever, but
Lawson begins to tremble uncontrollably. All agility checks suffer a -2 modification while you are panicked. You wish that you had brought that pee bottle with you. Pierce scrambles for the door, kicks the door open, and then just begins running off into the night.
I'm sorry, what?
That's company property. You can't break my door. I'm going. Shit.
Yes. But the good news is Pierce's stress level is decreased by 1.
Woo!
But
just in the
Montana, Lawson,
darkness
and
somewhere.
Humboldt's stress level go up because Pierce has now fled.
What?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to scream again.
And I'm doing this simultaneously as opposed to an initiative. The initiative here is there's supposed to be a deck of cards and you draw them. We aren't going to do that. So it's beneficial to you that these aren't in sequence because theoretically Montana would now need to add a die. But Montana is going to, I think, seeing the door open, going to go hide behind a rock.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah,
First item
I
off.
jump out the door after Pierce. I'm not as like completely panicked as Pierce was, so I just find the nearest large rock and just like jump behind it.
Yeah. The vehicle is still kind of sliding down toward the ancient lake bed. It's a little bit lighter now since 2 of your party have exited. What do you do, Humboldt?
I would like to drive the car
Yes.
back up the lake bed. And maybe pick up Montana and then drive to Pierce and pick them up.
All right.
Just calm and casually, not doing anything else.
No
The-
funny business.
The
Nothing
pale,
else.
twitching figure is attracted to the lights and the sound. So I would like to see how cool under pressure you are to get the vehicle turned around, head back to your friends, not run them over. And
Friends is a very light word in the situation.
true. So go ahead and give me that agility piloting.
Can I use my thing? My talent?
Let's see. What is your talent?
I get a +2 modification to piloting.
When you're piloting your vehicle, correct?
Yeah.
This is not your train.
We should have never left the train.
Yeah. Fine. If we survive, I want the company to buy me a new train that can go anywhere.
Yeah, right. Space train.
Space train, exactly.
This world's first bus.
Okay, and then how many stress I have? 6. Jesus. Okay, so on my regular roll, I got 3 6s. On my stress rolls, I got 1 6. No ones.
Oh, good. Well, that is exceptional. So yes, all that training just takes over. And
Training.
yes. And even though this isn't your vehicle, you handle it with aplomb. And we'll say that you show off a bit. You had a total of 3 6s or 4 6s.
4 6s total.
So maybe you give yourself 2 +1s to later piloting skills, and then show off a little bit.
Yeah. Can I? So the figure that's outside.
Yes, that's now running toward you.
I as I'm driving and picking up my friends, I would like to just flip it off.
Cool. It's like, nope. Finger out the window. As you do kind of get relatively close to it, it is clearly a male human, or was. The body is likewise warped. It has some extra appendages. And its face is a wordless scream. Its eyes are wide open. It has a look of terror in its face as well, as it just towards you.
Got it.
But you accelerate. You know where Montana went.
Yep.
Montana, you're shivering in cover behind a boulder, and then the vehicle slides up next to you. The door opens. Humboldt, get in.
Don't need to tell me twice. Just like I was kind of like goosing myself, getting ready to go as I saw the truck coming up, and pretty much like as soon as the door opens, I'm like already in motion, running towards that door.
Yeah. Sam is looking out the back as this creature continues to run. It's almost like it's changing as it moves. So, and she's kind of freaked out. I think I would like Humboldt to go ahead and give me a wits observation.
Yep, that's not good. That's less nice.
I think Batman sounds optimistic.
To see if in this moment you're able to track where Pierce has run off to.
I'm gonna guess west. Again, 6. Those are numbers. I got 6 in my regular dice, a 1 and a 6 in my stress dice.
Well, potentially 2 6s. Go ahead and roll a d6 and then add 6.
Yeah. 7.
Oh, you know what? That is not the worst thing that we've had.
Is that lowest I could roll?
You develop a nervous twitch. You just start freaking out a little bit. Your stress level and the stress level of all friendly PCs in short range of you increases by 1, which is everyone but Pierce.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh yeah, giddy.
running away solves all my problems.
Hear that, kids? Run away from all your problems.
Just run
Yes.
away. Don't confront anything ever.
Yeah.
Well, it does get you away from your allies, who, when they freak out, it freaks you out. So that's good. And you have, how many excess successes did you have? Got a total of 3, right?
Yes.
So you have 2 that you can use stunts. So you can use a stunt to ask, is it coming for me? Are there more of them close by? And how do I get in, past, or away? You can ask 2 of those.
What is the... kind of want to do the... So I picked up Montana,
Yes.
and now I'm headed to find
Yeah,
where
you
Pierce...
were desperately looking for any sign of Pierce's passage. And through your observation, you pick up on enough information to be able to ask 2 of those 3 questions. Is it coming for me? Are there more of them close by? And how do I get in, past, or away?
How do I get away to Pierce? I guess. I don't know.
Yes, you think you know the direction to follow to catch up with Pierce. And then you have another question.
Is that thing following us?
100%. I love that you didn't ask if there are more of them.
No, I only see 1.
That's true. And you
I
can
don't see one.
definitely, the only things that are dangerous are the things that you can see.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not blind.
so
That's how I pilot cars and trains.
yes, you speed away, because even in just the time it took to get Lawson in, and rev the engine and take off, and kick dust, this thing is very, very fast. It's even starting to leap in a weird way. And the
good.
appendages that have begun to sprout out of its back almost start to form an airfoil. So it leaps and glides.
Great. Sam, if that thing touches the car, burn it.
Yeah, Sam's got the torch out. It is kind of describing, and I think everyone, you've got a rear view mirror, everyone else is kind of looking. This thing now drops down on all fours and begins loping, and then will occasionally take a leap, and it's almost like malformed wings start to form. So it'll leap and glide a bit and then kind of tumble, and then the next leap is a little bit more certain and it glides a little bit more. As you're picking up speed, the last couple that you're leaving the glow of the light of the car is leaving it behind, so it gets fainter and fainter, but you can swear you saw flapping the last leap that it made.
So while I'm driving away and looking in the rear mirror and
Yes.
driving forward, not trying to hit Pierce.
Yeah, exactly.
While I'm doing all this and I'm observing in the rear mirror, the way you say it's kind of forming like almost like wing-like appendages. Are they the color of that fluid?
Well, they're the color of very pale flesh.
Gotcha. Okay.
And yes, there's another kind of jump scare as you're looking back, and then all of a sudden you see a flash in front of you, and you turn and look and just have time to skid sideways as Pierce is just like all arms and legs, just running like a drunken child, just totally freaking out.
I have various questions about that, but okay. We'll move on.
What happens?
So I've skidded and stopped.
Yes. What happens?
I open the door. Pierce,
right.
get in the car.
Wait,
Go ahead.
why don't we leave him? Or why don't we leave Pierce?
Screw you, Montana.
See, that should be
Humboldt,
perfectly just
go.
enough for Pierce to turn around and get back in the car.
It
I
appears.
would be like, my hatred for Montana overcomes my panic.
Well, it appears that Pierce is trying to run back to New Mariner City, because that's the safe place that, like, in Pierce's mind, you're just seeing your little cramped room and your little bed and your little like entertainment monitor and all that kind of stuff. It's like the one place that's private, and that you're just fixated on getting there. You're not thinking about anything else. You don't really, you're not thinking about that you're hundreds of kilometers away. You're just like, I've got to get there.
Yeah, I gotta get home.
Right. Yeah, so I listened to Montana very briefly, tell him to shut up, and yell for Pierce to get back in the car.
Yes. Does anyone do anything other than just yell at Pierce?
I don't have any rocks to throw, so no.
This whole
Oh,
plan-
yeah, you know what? I have a better idea. Sam, go grab Pierce and bring her back here. Sam needs some stress, so she needs to go out there and do this.
Yes. So why not? I should have been keeping track. So we'll just add some stress to Sam.
I would say like 2 or 3.
Sam has been there for at least 4 stressful things.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a thing that I want to try and do.
Yes.
So I had like a moment of panic of like I saw Pierce was running, Humboldt is like, I had been watching that thing like loping along behind us, like Humboldt was stopping the car. I was panicking. I was thinking like, oh, we got to get out of here. Like, let's just leave him behind. And then Humboldt's telling me like, no, Montana, shut up. And I'm thinking like, okay, wait, like I'm like jittering and nervous and a wreck, and then I'm like kind of patting myself, and I'm like, stop, pocket, and I reach inside, and I pull out one of my injectable doses of nap relief.
Yes.
Which is an injectable pain reliever for strains, stresses, and irritations. And I'm gonna look at it, and I'm gonna like think for a second, and I'm gonna look over at Humboldt, and I'm just gonna like without saying a word, I'm gonna reach over and jab him in the arm with the nap relief,
Okay.
with a dose of the nap relief.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What?
I'm
You were,
drugging
you were going to reach and
And-
stab me with something,
And
but I
then
don't know what it is.
Sam
Yeah.
Sam sees that and says, "Do you have more?"
Yes. So nap relief, the effect is that it immediately reduces the patient's stress level to 0.
Yes.
And I have 5 doses.
Yes. Sam grabs one of the injectors and then just takes off running this mountain of muscle, and is going to attempt to flying tackle Pierce. Actually get to roll. And FYI, I have the alien dice,
Oh, nice.
and I keep them in my Wayland Yutani Ripley cup.
Love it.
So we'll see.
I love. Do we remember what you said at the beginning of the show? You were like, hopefully you will never have to use your dice.
Well, yeah, but to roll them at least once.
Yeah, I know. Doesn't mean
good.
good for us though.
Well,
Well, Sam's on our side, so
the
it
good
should be
news
good.
is
That's true. That's true.
there are tons of ones, but none of them are on the normal die, and I have a 6 on the stress die.
Oh, good.
Oh, nice.
So yes, she flying tackles you and just stabs you in the back with this injector, and that part of your back goes numb, and you continue to run, and then eventually just kind of like, oh yeah. So reduce your stress to 0, Pierce.
Woo.
Your panic
Mine
attack.
too, right?
Yes, and yours too, Humboldt. Your panic attack appears to be lessened.
The only thing I'm going to say in Montana, while Sam runs out to tackle Pierce in this entire instance after he stabs me with some sort of strange thing, I'm going to look at him and go, hey. Whew, I feel better. I do have a question, though. Is that, FDA safe?
We can talk about that. Listen, everybody takes this stuff. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just don't take another.
Everybody's
next
doing
day.
it.
And I'm also gonna use one of the doses on myself, and I'm gonna pass one to Lawson. And I think that
Hey.
is all of them.
Uh-oh.
Pierce. How would you like to dodge for me?
Oh
What you gonna
boy.
say, die.
I'm sure I'm gonna be great at this.
You don't have any stress, so...
Yeah.
True.
and I'm
Which means
drugged.
it's a much lower chance on the roll, in fact.
Goody goody. How many am I rolling?
You are rolling agility mobility. You're looking to beat 3.
Nope. Nothing.
So
All zeros.
So as Sam is kind of like, oh, sorry about that, Pierce, and Pierce is like, oh, I feel so much better. And Pierce kind of, Sam had tumbled onto the ground, and so Pierce goes over to extend a hand and help pull Sam up, and then something comes out of the sky and snatches Pierce up. Pierce can be Sam now.
Okay.
Well,
Shit.
pterodactyls on the moon. Let's go.
So, Sam, You see your friend Pierce. Like your hand was reached up to grab hers, and it was a moment of triumph. You felt really awesome of having saved her, and then you just see long taloned arms reach out of the dark sky. You hear a whoosh of air, and you see her yanked up into the darkness. I think that's worth a stress for everyone.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm several feet away.
Yeah.
Well, I took this dose thing that I got given, so that's fine. So add 1 stress. Cool.
Yeah. So you're all okay, except maybe for poor Sam.
Yeah, that sucks.
Does Pierce drop anything?
No.
As she's snapped. Damn it.
There is a
find this person to keep
there is a
quiet
little
after
bit of
all
a
this.
scream
Are you
echoing.
gonna try to get Pierce? Okay.
No.
Can you fly?
Just drive.
I'll just look down.
Pierce is gone. Just drive.
Maybe.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah,
We're gonna drive.
car, let's go. I'm
We're gonna drive.
sure Pierce won't come back to haunt us.
No.
Yeah, it's fine.
Specifically Montana.
Yeah, if you had asked the "Are there more of them?" question, the answer would have been
No.
not yet. So
Yeah, I suppose that's not a lie. Yeah. After Sam gets back in the car, we'll just skedaddle.
okay. You know what? I think. Go ahead.
How fast does the car go?
Oh, pretty fast.
Okay, I wanted it to go very fast instead of pretty fast. Can we do that?
Are you doing it in a way that's super risky?
Well,
Yes, I'm
increase the
gonna
speed
rub
is always risky.
cheetah blood on the engine to make it go faster. That's how it goes faster, right?
No.
Well, increased speed is always going to increase risk, isn't it? So
Yeah.
It makes it red, and that makes it go faster.
Yeah, you put the stripes on it.
the stripes and the speed holes as well.
Yeah,
All
it's all
right.
scientific. I got a scientist.
So go ahead and give me then a agility piloting check, and I'm going to say, -1.
So 7 dice,
Sure.
and then plus my stress, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Stress die. I got a 5 on stress, and I got 2 6s.
Excellent. Excellent. So yes, it is again very impressive. You just go careening off. I mean, you catch air going over some windblown dunes. You're not even looking at the topography map. You just know where your train is, and you haul ass back to it. And really don't let off the accelerator until just as you're hitting the ramp, and then kind of slam on the brakes. The whole thing kind of skids sideways into your train. What do you do?
Get out and get in the train,
Yes. You run
and
up
then
to
start up the train.
Yes. You figure that let's say it takes 3 hours to get back.
Sure.
You will cross the Terminator into dawn
Yeah.
before you reach the
I see.
canyon by
Okay.
about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
What do I do? I gotta warm up the engine, so it's gonna take a little bit.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that nothing else touched the train while we were gone. So I'm gonna do some diagnostic work.
Okay. So
It's
you'll
gonna take me
do you-
about a half an hour to an hour.
okay. So do you engage Sam to help you? Because Sam is a deft hand at maintenance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, Sam, Humboldt is insisting on running a full diagnostic.
Sure, we're running for our life. Let's run a diagnostic.
Sam, I just want to be absolutely positive that this thing's going to run perfectly without having any problems. Plus, unbeknownst to you, but known to me, these two idiots brought stuff on this train that are possibly going to mess with things that we have here, either electronically, radiologically, or even, I don't know, physically. So I want to make sure nothing is being off-calibrated by whatever they brought on here.
Great, it'll go faster with 2 hands. Let's just do it.
Exactly.
All right. Why don't you, Sam, give me... we can say strength heavy machinery. And if you're actually, and I think Humboldt for you is going to be Wits Comtech.
Okay.
Alright, yeah. 2 6s on the normal, 1 6 on the stress, no ones.
Excellent.
1 6 on normal, 4 on stress, so nothing.
Okay. Sam. There's nothing remotely wrong with the train. You're able to determine this with great ease. And of course, Humboldt, there's nothing wrong with the electronic or computer systems either.
Oh, looks good. Humboldt, let's go.
Yeah, you complete your checks in maybe 15 minutes. Sam, I'm going to say that the extra successes just result in you firing all cylinders, being all amped up on adrenaline, and just cranking through it really, really quickly.
Yeah.
So you do an hour's worth of work in 15 minutes. So yes, Humboldt, Sam comes back in and tells you it's all good to go. About 15 minutes.
Okay, good. Make sure everyone's seated and strapped in. And then I close the
Everybody
cockpit
gets seated
door.
and strapped in.
Okay.
Close the cockpit door
Yes.
and lock it.
Yes.
And then away we go at a mild rate of speed.
Yes. So, Lawson and Montana don't really have the frame of reference. Sam certainly realizes that Humboldt is taking his time.
Yeah. Something's not right here. So he locked the door.
Yes. It's my train.
You probably
break my
go.
train.
You probably go to open it.
Can I cut it open?
Do not break the train.
Well, you're gonna answer some questions.
You
And you
do?
go up there and lock yourself in the cockpit.
You do.
I'm
I'm back
driving.
here with these two.
You do in fact have a lovely cutting torch.
Cool. I would like to use that and cut open Humboldt's door.
So Montana and Lawson, you see Sam go to open the door and then go back, pull out a cutting torch, and start cutting into the door. Unless you're saying something to them, Sam.
I'm just gonna walk past while I'm grabbing the torch. I'm like, something's not right with Humboldt.
What are you doing with that?
Opening the door
Isn't there a key?
that Humboldt has.
What's up?
You don't think it's highly suspicious that he's trying to say that we need to run diagnostics on the train and taking his sweet time when we were just getting chased and Pierce just got hauled off by a monster?
No,
Maybe
you're right.
just
That's
making
actually
sure.
really weird.
Cutting open the door now.
It'll take you a few minutes. Montana. Lawson
Yeah.
is fiddling with the vials.
I'm gonna make my way over to Lawson. I need you to hand over company property immediately.
Hmm?
The vials that you took in that lake.
But then I got
No,
them.
you work for Prospectia. You work for us. Any research or any discoveries that you make while on the job are the sole intellectual property of Prospectia. You need to hand those over to me right now as the company representative.
I've had them since we got them, and I'm keeping them safe. But let's worry about other stuff. Like the whole point, getting
They're taking care of that.
what I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are, but they probably need our help.
It's the I don't know. You can't fit more than 2 people around that door to the cockpit. We're not
Sure.
going to be able to do anything really to help, but we can work this out right now.
But why do you even want these vials now? Like we're in a situation that we need to get out of here. Like surely there's more pressing things going on than me handing over the vials. Like I've got them safe. They're still here.
Okay, at least give me 1. You took 3.
But why? But why do you want this that bad? Like what is it? What is it?
Because it. I mean, whatever. We don't know what it is, but you saw what that in there. That's like. Do you know?
I'm not to be lame, but I'm a scientist.
Yeah,
I've
you're a
studied
scientist.
stuff.
You should realize that was not natural.
But how do you know about this?
I can't tell you. You're just gonna have to
Right.
trust me. Listen. And he's gonna reach into his pocket, and he's gonna pull out a letter. This right here. This official corporate authorization right here. That's the vice president's name. Handwritten signature. That's not printed. That's ink on paper right there. Like this goes all the way to the top. My presence here. Like if you want to keep your job, you're gonna need to give me one of those vials.
Lawson and Montana, would you each make an observation roll for me? That's wits observation.
Yeah.
Yes.
1, 2.
Yeah. Okay.
I have the whatchamacalls it. The 2 +1s from before. Do I add those on top?
This is not related.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
1 6. There was a 1, but not in my stress.
Okay.
Just a vanilla failure.
All right. So, Lawson,
Yes.
something catches your eye behind Montana.
God.
So you guys are standing kind of in the aisle of this train car. And
Standing. I told everyone to sit and strap in.
and behind you
You do
is-
your train, all right? We'll do with our stuff.
behind you is like a little banquette and a little seat, and you see lying on that seat a shotgun. Because why would Laura have taken her shotgun? There's nothing dangerous out here. You see it, Montana does not. Humboldt. Sam is, I'm going to assume, cursing up a blue streak.
Probably.
You probably have a minute before she's able to cut away the hinges of the door. What do you do?
I quietly wonder myself why it has hinges and doesn't just like move into the wall.
Who knows?
goddamn terrible company that made this thing. If any of the representatives were here right now, I could totally take care of that. So train's going the opposite way of where the cockpit is.
You are now at the front of the train, moving
I'm
forward.
at the front.
Yeah.
Okay. That works better in my favor. I'm going to turn the speed up on the train. And because she's not strapped in like I told her to be, she'll fly backwards
Ah,
due to inertia.
cool. Go
Get away
ahead.
from my door.
Yeah, go ahead, Sam, and give me an agility mobility, please.
Unless anybody else is not strapped in.
I'm
should
gonna
probably roll too.
yeah, I think actually all of you, and I'm gonna subtract a die because no one's expecting it. Because the train is already moving and at a decent speed, it's able to accelerate quite quickly. We'll see if everyone is thrown off their feet.
All right, I got all 6s on my initial roll and no 1s or 6s on the stress.
Good luck, Humboldt.
Screw you, Humboldt.
How about Lawson and Montana?
Yeah. What's the roll again?
Agility mobility. -1 die. And don't forget to roll those stress die.
Oh, watching that as well. Sorry.
Yeah.
This
0.
is something that my saved +1s would apply to, right?
I don't think it's related. That was like in that scenario of like trying to scramble away and avoid the.
Oh, I see.
Cool.
Okay, so I'm just
Yeah.
gonna get rid of these then. Okay, so that's 2 plus my stress. That is flat failure.
Okay. What'd you get there, Lawson?
I haven't rolled yet. I DM'd you.
Oh,
Just check that in a sec. So what am I rolling? Agility with mobility.
agility mobility.
And then, okay, that's fine.
Minus stress.
Oh, wow. 3 6s. One of them is a stress.
Ooh.
6 5 6 6.
Cool. I'm going to say you can take advantage of the extra successes to do any number of things. There is that shotgun right there. And there's also other options that you have. So what happens,
Yes.
Lawson? Sam is fully
No.
like has locked into the sides. It's like, you're not shaking me off, old man. As
Yeah, no, this is
everyone,
this is what I would
the rest
do.
of you kind of
This is what I
stumble.
would- I will throw the veil right at Montana. Veil, the thing.
Yeah.
And just throw it right at them.
Do you uncork it?
Uncork it. Yeah.
Yeah. So Montana gets what Montana wants. And we'll say, so as the two of you kind of stumble and jostle, Lawson takes that moment, reaches down, cracks open one of the vials, and just flings it at Montana.
And I say, what I do that, I have no choice. I have to do this. You can't have this.
Montana,
Yeah.
you're momentarily blinded.
By science.
Yes. as this viscous fluid coats, you, of course, in shock, and you can feel almost like cobwebs, fine tendrils of this substance working its way down your throat, up your nose, into your eyes. You go to wipe it off, and it's like smearing molasses on yourself. And you get really frustrated. Like, what did you do to me? What did you do to me? And then pretty soon you're wiping and you realize it's just your face. Lawson, you see Montana completely absorb this fluid as it crawls into every available orifice. Now what happens?
Ooh, boo, 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 boo. What did you just do? What did you?
You wanted it. I'm giving it to you.
Not like that. Do you understand? That is liquid atrite. Just that sample alone was worth millions of credits.
Hey, I don't care about the cost. Okay, all I know is I have to get these, and that's it. No one else can have them. But I'll be promised that nothing bad will come from it if you and anyone ingested it, and you wanted it, so you've got it. You can extract it for yourself later on. There you go. You've got it.
You have 2 vials left. Okay, give me one of the other ones.
I try to grab a shotgun.
All right. I think each of you needs to give me a close combat.
Sure.
It's about to be a slap fight up in here.
It's a scientist.
That's
This is going to be a slap fight.
Strength close combat.
I have a 0 in that.
Oh, well, and I think Lawson and Montana, you should each add a stress
Oh,
Yeah.
because of what just happened.
Yeah, this is quite stressful.
Oh.
You
No.
literally
Roll
just
a-
attacked an ally. So
I probably have to do a panic roll.
Ally.
No, actually, it would be even. I don't think I literally wouldn't matter if I did a panic roll because it would be at most 8.
it could make a difference.
Oh yeah, okay. That's an 8.
All right, you begin trembling uncontrollably. You feel tickling inside you. And what'd you get there, Lawson?
I rolled 0 rolling for strength, close combat, weren't we?
Yeah.
Yep.
I got a 6 on my normal roll, but I did get a 1 on my panic.
All right, go ahead and roll for panic. D6 plus stress levels.
5.
You're fine. You grab the shotgun.
On my actual combat roll, I got a 1 on one of my stress dice and no successes.
Right. So you got the trembling uncontrollably for the panic, and you got no successes. So you go to reach for it, and then your body spasms, like your arm starts to twist a little bit, and that gives Lawson the opportunity to grab the shotgun. Sam is probably super focused. Humboldt. Sam is now seconds away from breaking in to your.
Sounds like Stan Lee in Spider-Man with headphones, just like doo-ba-doo-ba-doo, with
just
all this
like,
stuff
not
going
paying
on.
attention. I'm worried about you guys.
Yeah.
Pierce did, and look what that got her.
Okay. Well, I guess I really only have one move.
Which is
Once again, I'm buckled in and nobody else is. But to my knowledge,
no.
I only know that
God.
Sam isn't.
yes.
So I'm just going to hit the brakes full stop.
Ooh.
Humans are really the worst.
So if she's standing there, she's going to slam into that door pretty freaking hard.
Yes, emergency stop. I need everyone to go ahead and give me a mobility agility -3.
Oh no.
Is that -3 to the result or -3 dice?
-3 dice.
Oh, okay.
I just roll.
I think I just roll my stress dice.
Yeah. So,
I think it goes down to minimum 1.
Oh, okay.
oh, okay.
That may be wrong, but
Listen,
That sounds right.
if you don't want to obey the rules of the train, you're going to get hurt.
Are we keeping? Are we doing the minimum 1 then? Is that right?
yeah.
Okay. Well, I got 6 my minimum roll, and then I got no 1s on my panic,
Awesome.
on my stress. That was cool.
I got a 6 and a 1 on my stress.
Oh, I want on your
Yeah.
stress. Roll it up.
That's a fail. It's a fail overall and a stress fail.
Okay. Well, each of you that got a fail on your stress or 1 on your stress die, roll your panic.
My God. I love this
6.
game.
Okay. So you're fine.
The 9.
Ooh. What is something important that Montana can drop? This would have been better for Lawson, but What is something
Yeah.
that Montana is important to Montana that Montana can drop?
So my equipment right now, I have 1 dose remaining of the nap relief, and I have
Yes.
I also have a data transmitter card with corporate level clearance, which is
Bargaining.
important but not immediately important.
I-
Probably the
nap
nap
relief.
relief is the one.
So you, Montana, go flying. And you slam into the bulkhead kind of up near Sam, who is also likewise slammed forward, but braces yourself. I mean, it's like Sam's face gets right up against the glowing molten metal where you've been cutting through. And like you can like hear the singe of your hair starting to melt and burn, but you pull yourself back and then you hear this sickening thud as Montana slams into the bulkhead next to you, and there's a cracking sound. And as Montana pulls back, there's a wet spot spreading in his suit where the sole remaining dose of nap relief has broken in its container. So no more magical stress juice. Lawson, you weathered that well. You braced yourself. You now have Montana and Sam in the sights of your shotgun. Humboldt.
First time Sam see me with the shotgun.
Yeah. At this point, because Sam is like, what's going on? It turns around to look and sees something's wrong with Montana. Montana is twitching uncontrollably, the limbs twisting and contorting, the head kind of moving from side to side in a jerky fashion.
I didn't know that would happen. I was assured it'd be fine. That's not on me.
Let's calm down a bit. Let me just get through this door.
I'm calm. As I say that, I point the shotgun to Sam.
Aim it at the other guy.
And I aim it back to the other guy.
Yes, you're just back and forth.
Which one's the real one?
I know. Humboldt, what are you doing?
Time is it?
You've delayed a little bit. You think there's probably a 15-minute window. You think that if Sam gets in here and then fires it up to full speed, you'll miss the window.
Okay. I will ready my pistol for anything that comes through that door.
You will assume Overwatch.
Yes.
Beautiful. Sam, what are you doing?
Finishing cutting open the door.
With Lawson watching and Montana starting to lose control. Montana,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
I'm probably. Am I like still? So I'm. How much control do I have over my Like, am I still in control of myself?
Yeah.
Or am I like fully gone to whatever this infection
it's
is?
It's still the effect of basically tremble, right?
Okay.
So you're maybe not super coordinated at the moment, but no, you're you.
Yeah. Okay. Then I'm gonna haul myself to my feet, and I am going to rush at Lawson and try and punch them.
All right.
I don't know. Try to wrest the shotgun out of their hands.
I like the first one better.
Perfect. So Montana, I need you to go ahead and give me a strength close combat. Lawson, I assume that you're going to go ahead and
Self-defense.
yeah,
With whatever weapon I may have in my hand, yes.
it's a shotgun.
Yes.
So you're going to.
I will shout stop, but I will have my hand on the trigger.
So that's an agility range combat +2, the shotgun.
One success.
Ability range combat +2 for the shotgun. Okay, so 3, 4, 5, 6.
And you're both rolling all your stress die.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, that's not good, but that makes it interesting.
But
So
we
no
also
sixes
have
anywhere.
boons. We also have boons.
We do. You know, I've not used one yet. Major boon. Is that
All
all
right.
just re-roll all of it?
Reroll up to all of it, and since you didn't get any successes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Ah. Okay, that was reverse. Okay, in my standard, I got 3 1s, but in my stress, I got 6 and no ones.
Cool.
Don't know
So,
what that means.
no, what it means is that Montana rushes forward, and you're grabbing the shotgun, right?
Yeah.
So you both succeed. Montana grabs the shotgun and pulls, which is what triggers the double barrel explosion. So Montana, take 3 damage, please.
Oh, that just kills me outright.
Yep.
Oh, actually, no, that puts me at.
Put you at 0.
Oh, yeah, that puts me at 0.
So you are
which
broken.
Yeah, I'm broken.
I think you would be with a shotgun.
Yeah.
Well, now that I've heard a shotgun go off, I'm gonna hold my aim very
Well,
steady at that door.
at that moment, the last little bit cuts away, and Sam pushes the door open. Go ahead and give me a agility range combat there, Humboldt, since you had assumed Overwatch.
Yep. Agility range combat. Okay.
How do I do a critical injury roll again?
It's D66.
Oh, that's right.
So select 1 is the 1s and 1 is the 10s.
Got it. Oh, I don't have any of those dice out.
It's just 2d6s.
Okay. How much stress do I have?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that's why it's a
That's smart.
D66.
That is so smart.
Okay, I got nothing on my stress roll. I got 4 6s.
All right.
Wow.
So, well, that's a ranged combat, and there are some stunts to that. You could spend up to 3 of your additional successes for additional damage. Or there are other things you could do. Let me look that up momentarily. You could... No, not that one. Not that one. Ranged combat. You can spend 1 for additional damage, and that's repeatable. You can make the opponent make a panic roll. You can make the opponent drop a held item or weapon. You can make the opponent prone or pushed back.
Okay. So I have 3 to spend, right?
Yes.
So drop their weapon, which would be the cutting torch.
Yep.
Let's do additional damage,
All right.
and then push them back.
All right. So powerful blow to the shoulder. Sam, the arm holding the torch just goes limp. The torch falls to the ground. And then you stumble back. Montana, what was the result of your... Oh, and how much total damage was that, Humboldt?
I'm gonna roll for resilient as well.
How do I calculate damage exactly?
So on the weapon itself has a damage rating.
Yep, so 1.
Plus 1. So you take 2 damage there, Sam.
I got 2 6s.
Oh, good. So you take none.
Yep.
So although you still drop it, just your natural, and you're wounded, but your natural toughness means that you're not closer to dying. But you are pushed back and you do drop your thing.
I like the pun as well.
Maybe it right. Maybe it catches some piece of your clothing, although you're not wearing armor. It just happens to catch on a buckle or something, and so it gives you a terrible bruise and makes your arm go numb, but doesn't actually pierce the skin. Montana, what was the result of your critical injury?
That was a 54, which is a severed arm. So Montana rushed at Lawson, grabbed the shotgun and pulled, and that he kind of pulled it back towards his shoulder.
Yeah.
And it just completely bam off arms off.
Yes.
And I'm not sure what the -1 means. So it's not. Oh, it is fatal. Yes.
It will be fatal.
Got it.
If he's missing an arm, he's going to be fatal.
But it can't.
Oh,
but,
it's fatal in 1 turn.
yes.
I see.
So you have roughly 10 minutes if the person who's the medic wants to try to save Montana.
Oh, sorry, 1 shift. So like 8 hours.
8 hours. Okay, good.
Yeah.
8 hours. Okay.
But still.
Yeah.
I would help. I would go help because I haven't shot a shotgun before. I just shot someone's arm off.
Go ahead and give me empathy medical aid. You can even use the little torch to cauterize the wound.
I mean, you could also use the barrel because that's nice and warm too now. Here, let me help you with this thing that hurt you.
All right, so empathy, medical kit, or medical aid is 5. Okay, cool. I can't count. And then 2 stress. Okay, I got 2 6s in total, one on stress.
Did you mean a roll of a 1 on the stress or one of the 6s?
Sorry, I meant to say I got 2 6s. One of those 6s was on the stress roll.
All right. Well, that's going to stabilize Montana. Lefty Montana. Gonna have a new nickname.
I don't say anything. I literally say not a word.
Anymore.
And Montana is going into shock, but you're able to use up your personal med kit to stabilize him. Montana is also contorting, but it seems as if a lot of whatever was going on in his body is now focused on the wound. And also animating the arm.
I'm sorry, what's
The arm is busy flexing.
I'm just imagining, has anyone seen the thing?
Yeah, it's very the thing.
Yeah, it's just when the head starts creeping around.
Yeah,
what?
That's exactly what's happening.
That's my yeah. All right,
That's exactly what's happening. Sam, of course, sees this. You're like, "What did you do? You blew his arm off! Oh my god!" And then you see the arm jerking and contorting. You can hear the snapping of the bones in the arm, and then the skin. It's almost like if you've ever seen those fakirs who like push the needles through their skin and like there's that grossness as it pops out, like little pieces of the flesh start poking out, and then there's a little split sound as little appendages start breaking out of the flesh of the severed arm, creating millipede-like legs as it begins to kind of careen around, running into the wall, and the hand reaches up and feels the wall. It is rapidly orienting itself to its new surroundings. What's happening?
Did that do that before? Just to ask. That's new, right?
I think everyone takes a stress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I
fair.
want to go punch Humboldt.
You really want to?
Do it.
He just shot me.
Broke the door.
So Sam runs in and makes a strength close combat. Humboldt, you can counter that with another strength close combat.
Sure. Shit.
What are Montana and Lawson doing?
Montana is not doing much of anything. He is broken, so he's pretty much just like he can crawl and talk a little bit, but can't perform any major actions.
Correct.
So he's probably he's just kind of holding, just trying to whatever he can do to stop the bleeding, like holding the bandage against the stump, and he is just kind of with his foot, he's kind of trying to get people's attention and get them to hey, that arm, you gotta get rid of it.
Yeah.
Just arm, get rid of arm.
Lawson's like, I already did.
So I got 5 6s.
Oh.
1 on the stress. I rolled a 2 + 6 is 8 on the panic.
Well, so your action is going to resolve normally. Because let me double check. 8 is, yes. You are going to begin to tremble. What do you do with all your? What did you get humbled on your close combat?
Whole lot of nothing.
Cool. So how many excess successes did you do?
4.
Are you going for broke?
Yeah.
How many major wounds can I use?
Minor bane.
To me or her?
To you. To lock it in. So, Sam, you may use all of those excess successes for additional damage. A punch only does 1 damage.
Okay.
But you could do 5 damage if you want.
Let's... Because I'm aware of the arm, so I would like, if possible, to do an extra 4 damage and then do the... I think it's pull object from target and, like, hit the brakes.
Or you're going to
Already
break.
The train. Yeah.
We're already stopped.
Yeah. So you want to slow down your progress back.
Yeah, I want to stop. I don't want to bring the severed arm into the city.
Okay.
I'm confused.
No, it's a decision.
She wants to hit the brakes.
Yes.
But we're already stopped.
You already stopped. So you can slam
I
the.
thought you started moving.
No,
us again.
he emergency braked.
Okay, cool. We'll just do 5 damage then.
Okay. So I think Humboldt is broken.
I think I'm dead.
Well, not necessarily. So Montana, would you, since you have the table, would you go ahead and Humboldt? Will you roll a d6 twice in succession and just tell us what the numbers are?
Sure. 2, 5.
So 25, Montana.
That is impaled thigh.
Okay. So you just punch the crap out of Humboldt, who goes flying, and then jams one of the, like, there's some sort of like maintenance lever, just goes straight through the thigh.
Great.
Probably nicking the femoral artery.
Great.
But not completely severing
becomes
it.
a slow action.
Yes. So you're stuck there for a bit, but that gives Sam a chance to take control of the train. It is now stopped. What do you do?
I saw Lawson with the shotgun. Did Lawson drop the shotgun?
I don't think
still
so.
got the shotgun.
Yeah.
No, I'm holding very tightly to the shotgun.
I want to go try to take the shotgun. Lawson, like,
All right.
let him know. Like, I'm gonna.
All right.
Like, give me the gun.
Let's repeat the procedure.
Okay.
I don't want to give the gun away.
Well,
Shoots 2 people.
I would say while Sam goes back out of the cockpit,
Yes.
I'm going to stay where I am and not remove this impalement from my leg.
No, probably the best idea.
I don't need to be medically trained for that. But how much time has passed?
It's getting close.
Okay.
You think
Thanks,
you honestly think that with the time to get back up to speed, you could probably resume, and you'd be safe.
All right, let's resume travel.
So you reach over and crank it up.
Back to the city.
Would you like to set and lock the autopilot?
Yes.
Go ahead and give me a Witscom tech.
Yeah. Let's drop on my dice. Ooh. That's interesting. That's one more. Okay. And then 2 stress. Okay. So on my stress, I got 1 6. And
Okay.
on my regular roll, I got 6 6s
Holy cow.
out of 7.
Wow.
The
That is-
autopilot's never coming off.
That is so many.
I know.
Yeah, it is. It is number one. It is.
It's too many.
No, it's super duper locked. You do it. I'm gonna say, you do it in no time. You lock down you lock the panel that you would use to undo the lock. You put up like multiple passwords and encryption and all that kind of stuff. And then for good measure, you pick up a wrench and you break it.
Sounds good to me.
It is locked
Everyone
in.
else is breaking company property. Why
This
can't I?
train is going home.
Great.
So, Humboldt, will you just roll a single d6 for me?
Sure. 1.
Okay. Tough. Sorry, Sam, what did you get on your close combat roll?
I got 4 6s, no 1s on the stress.
Lawson,
Yes.
what'd you get?
What's up?
Yes.
I didn't get any 6s. I got a 1, and then another 1. Which one of those ones is on my stress?
Okay. And did you roll your panic roll?
Sorry, that's on my panic roll. Yeah. So there's 1 on my panic roll, and there's a 1 in my.
Oh, so what is your total?
Combat.
Your total panic roll would then be 1 plus. How many stress do you have?
3. Oh, sorry. 3. Yeah. 3. 5.
Okay. So you just kind of, it's not even a full panic. You just hesitate momentarily. And Sam just walks up, grabs the shotgun, pulls it out of your grasp. I assume you're going to bip Lawson in the face. You don't have to, but cinematically, you don't have to do extra damage.
Yeah, I'll probably just whack him, try
So-
to knock him out.
So as you sit there, no, I'm serious. I'll fire again. And Sam just walks up and just big old mitt yanks it out of your hand and then pops you right in the nose. So take one health.
Cool.
Your nose is now laying flat on the side of your face. Oh, you broke my nose.
I feel like I deserve it.
So Sam, you now have the shotgun.
Cool, I want to shoot the arm.
All right,
I was gonna do that.
do it.
We're fast enough.
Do it.
So that has 2 extra die. 6, 7.
The train is picking up speed.
Ooh, okay. 2 6s, no 1s on the stress.
Beautiful. You do 3 damage to the arm. It is blasted into wriggling bits.
Cool.
So everything seems fine.
Can we relax and take off some stress then?
The train is picking up speed.
Yes, that's stress-free for me.
So yeah,
Humboldt next.
I'd like a doctor, please. Can I borrow the doctor?
I would like
Yeah,
one
I'm
too.
coming. I'm coming.
you no longer have a personal med kit, but you can take a look at it and maybe fashion a tourniquet. Go ahead and make your empathy medical roll. Sam, would you go ahead and give me a wits comtech?
Do I need to roll stress for that as well? Will I do
Oh
that?
yeah, every roll.
Yeah. Nothing on my stress. No 6s or 1s, but I did get a 6 and a 1 in my.
Ones don't matter
standard
on
roll.
regular. Yeah, so you're able
just
to
6.
you're able to extricate Humboldt from the lever and like whip off your belt and apply a tourniquet.
So I didn't get anything on my regular roll, and then I rolled 4 6s, no 0 or no 1s on my
Damn.
stress.
Wow. See, stress is helpful.
Yeah.
The train is locked at max speed.
Great.
So, what is the plan? You have some time. But the end of the line for this train is not going to be pretty.
Cool. We should get in one of the cars and drive off the train.
Sure. So
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
so there's
Fail.
there's some triage, there's taking care of things, there's like taking the bits of the arm and scooping them up and throwing them out. There's a lengthy process of trying to override some safeties, etc. Sure. So, train barreling.
Mm-hmm.
You're back a couple of cars, or do you want to just unleash from the locomotive section?
Let's just release from the locomotive.
All right. So it takes a good long while. It takes all of your skills in heavy machinery. You may even have to go back and get one of the, like, we'll say there's a scene where you are clomping through the hallways of this train in a heavy loader because you try disconnecting the wires or whatever, it's just not working. So you're just going to have to do it with brute force. You reach down and you can see the canyon is coming. You reach down and just rip chunks of machinery out. Alarms begin blaring, lights begin flashing. Hydraulic fluid is spraying everywhere, but you're in your element, Sam. You've got the power loader suit on, and you're just slamming it into the junction between the two. As you get closer and closer and closer, you finally slam the last piece with a huge spark and a jolt. The link is severed. The locomotive section, now not having to pull all that weight, even accelerates maybe a bit as you begin to decelerate. I need everyone to give me a agility mobility at -2. Montana, during this time, you have continued to feel it's kind of like bliss. You know something is terribly, terribly wrong with you, beyond missing a limb.
Yeah. That's a failure +1 stress.
Ooh, perfect. What did you get on your panic roll?
I'm doing that now. That is a 9.
Ooh. What is a 9?
Oop-a-doop-a-doo. I don't remember off the top of my head.
It's a drop in item. Minor bane to make it a 10, because a freeze is more interesting. You'll see why in a moment. What did everyone else get?
1-6, no one's on the stress.
Beautiful.
6, 2 sixes. Sorry, one. As 2 sixes, one of them is on the stress.
Cool. Humble.
I got nothing on a regular roll. I got a stress on. I got a 1 on a stress, and then I rolled for my panic, and I got a total of 3.
Oh, then you're fine.
Yeah.
Well, you're not fine because you didn't succeed, right? You didn't get a 6?
Right.
All right. So the locomotive section just continues powering until it hits the end of the line and then just skids out. You can see it burst through the back of the hangar and then like takes out the entire back wall, and then it just continues going and it hangs momentarily over the canyon and then begins to fall. Luckily, the momentum carries it into the far wall. It probably takes out a few settlements, a few homes on the way down, but it doesn't crash directly on like the Civic Center. The rest of the train, the momentum carries it forward. Everyone else, Sam is, yelling, hold on, hold on. Montana freezes. And the reason you freeze is interesting. It's not because of impending death. It's because you have caught up to the dayline. It's slowly, and like time slows down, it's slowly moving, but but it's right at the near edge of the canyon. And something about seeing the daylight just freezes you. So you are standing kind of wobbly, holding the stump where your arm was in the hallway. As the train goes careening, slams into the now crashed stops and begins to buckle. Sam holds on. Lawson holds on. Humboldt is ejected. Humboldt, I need you to take another harm as you are slammed very painfully into, which is going to be another critical injury. So go ahead and roll that up for us, Montana, let's make sure that Humboldt doesn't die.
Yep,
Or does. 21?
That is a severed ear.
So yeah, you fly out and then like catch the side of your head on the jagged area where the door into the locomotive cabin was ripped off, and just like it scrapes off your ear. It's hanging by a bit of flesh. It's very, very gross. Then you go tumbling off sideways as the entire car turns sideways. Montana is just launched out over the canyon, through the day line. And as you hang there in space, it's like time stops and you can see this effervescence in your flesh. It's almost like your flesh becomes slightly transparent and you can see veins of pearlescent fluid reacting with the ultraviolet radiation and starting to boil away, to sublimate. And in this cloud of life itself, you begin to fall. So.
Oh, man. Now I can't order another train.
We have 3 survivors. Sam didn't have a special task. Sam was just there to survive. So Sam, you achieved your super secret agenda.
Good job.
Of surviving.
Lawson, by the time you crawl out of the wreckage, the nightline has passed. Your samples are safe, which means that both you and Humboldt have succeeded at your secret missions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Montana, you kind of did. Sort of.
I helped.
I mean, you brought back a sample. The sad thing is it's taken away from you by the day as you fall.
Was it destroyed or
it's literally burned away.
Burned away? Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to say well, who knows what could be recovered from samples of your tissue. And Wayland-Yutani is nothing if not persistent and creative. So who knows? You might in death be able to advance the aims of your employer.
Might have been a couple microliters that got into like a bone or something.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we'll say you do. You fall into the shade. So it's an open question as to whether all of it goes away. But Lawson is able to return 2 samples to his employer. Of course, the destruction of the train and the station is problematic, but there's a lot of equipment. There's a replacement locomotive. And in fact, the good news is once the day line reverses and goes back to the site of your little adventure, there's now a very, very substantial deposit of the hard, flaky mineral that this planet is well known for. Because when the sun hits the liquid, it turns into the mineral that you guys have been mining. So the surviving miners will have a new claim to stake and a new source of revenue. Unfortunately, you're going to need a new sheriff. Good news is Sam has always been a deft hand at knocking heads and keeping everyone in line. So probably by popular acclamation, you are named the next colonial marshal.
Woo!
So, fade to black with, a spaceship taking off with the samples. And then maybe someone in a hazmat suit scraping up a little bit of Montana off the canyon floor. So everyone got what they wanted, sort of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I got to
Everybody got
fly.
what was coming to them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Post-credit scene. Laura awakens. In a cave deep in the earth. Is frightened at first. But then all the wonderful new senses that she has been granted awaken. And she realizes that she is not alone. She has a friend, and with any luck, they can make more friends. Then we fade to black. So, well done, guys.
Yay.
Most of us survived.
Yeah, it's true. The majority of you kind of survived.
Heck yeah.
Some of us just might be missing an ear and have a hole in our leg.
That's
Yeah.
fine. I can use that as an exercise to tell people to strap in when they're on the goddamn train.
I mean,
Yes.
So this was just a game about train safety, basically.
It was.
That's the entire game.
It
That's
was.
the real
It was.
takeaway.
It's like that comedy video of the Hans the forklift driver.
This is just like a very prolonged seatbelt safety ad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would strap in after watching that. I'd be like, yeah. I don't need severed hands or blown off ears. Thank you very much.
You have to watch this whole 4-hour movie before you can go on a 5-minute train trip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, sorry, Chev and Tough, for killing you,
It's fine. Sam was cooler.
but it was
So
perfect.
technically I helped.
That's true. But it was perfect because the role that Maddie made was to determine whether the train would get there before night had fully passed. If, as his employers, the mysterious person that promised to pay off all of Humboldt's very substantial debts, if he could make sure that the train arrived back while it was still night, then things would have gone horribly, horribly for the residents of New Mariner City. But as it were, the only source of active infection was irradiated. So the people will live on. You know, they are a hospitable people. I'm sure they won't mind playing host to our friends out in the desert. So yeah, and the good news is, the consortium now has access to a material that will make terraforming very easy.
Yay.
Yeah, be great. Maybe even break Wayland Yutani's monopoly on that particular industry. All that's required is that a living creature go down to a lifeless planet and drink that stuff.
Yeah.
And they can seed life. Horrifying, deadly, dangerous life, but life nonetheless.
Isn't
Life's
all life
beautiful.
horrifying?
Yes. So all good. So anyway, so as I said at the outset, not a textbook edition, but I think we did reasonably well. We skipped a few things. There are a few mechanics like initiative and things that we just didn't worry about. Did combat in a more or less freeform way, as is our wont anyway, but reasonable, I think, introduction to how many of the core mechanics of the Alien RPG system works. And thematically, it's not supposed to be a walk in the park. So we got to see how strength in numbers is important, but also once one person starts freaking out, it's a domino effect. and stress management is frankly more important in most cases than physical health management. Because if you get injured, you're just screwed. Because you each, I think the healthiest one of you had 5 health.
Yeah.
That punch put me 50% of my health.
Right.
Just that punch.
Yeah.
Just one punch.
From 2 to 1.
Yeah. So it's really more that kind of sci-fi horror. The suspense, the panic, the fear is a bigger enemy than physical attack. And if we were dealing with Xenos, well, yeah. Your only hope is that they decide to lay an egg in you as opposed to just kill you. So yeah.
That's the hope.
and as we've learned with an Alien game, not everything has to involve the H.R. Geiger-esque Xenos. There's lots of danger out there in the universe for people to explore. So thanks, everyone.
And it begins with H and it ends with N.
Yes. So thanks, everyone, for coming and playing. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Let's do the thing that we do when we go around and introduce ourselves and let people know where you can be seen next. Who did I start with last time?
Warwick.
Okay, we'll start with Tough this time.
All right, cool. I am 90 Tough Lover, Tough for Torpleton, or some other variety of nickname. I'm also a variety streamer on Twitch. I play lots of different games. Sometimes I run games. We'll bring back Masks Unfathomable at some point. I'll be in Sin's Pandora's Box on the 20th, Fate Brigade on the 23rd, back for Tales from the Smoke next Thursday. And I think that's all I've got planned. So yeah, I'll catch you there at some point. Go Chev.
Hey everybody, I'm Chev. You can catch me playing some card games and hanging out with some cats and music on Tuesdays and Saturdays. And if that sounds like your jam, then I hope you stop by and enjoy the wonderful Ruby, she's somewhere. She's back. You gotta see her like right there. Anyway, she's a real star of the show. So thanks for listening. This has been great fun playing with y'all. So yeah, and thank you all for watching. Over to Batty.
I'm the Backwin. I'm variety streamer on Twitch. I'll be streaming tomorrow night Arkham Asylum. Same thing Thursday probably to finish that game up. Catch me back at Tales of the Smoke on August 18th at 7 p.m. Central. Maybe?
Yes, which will also be super horrifying. Content warning left and right.
Great. Yeah, more fun, terrible things that are going to probably happen to me and tough.
Yep.
Yeah, that's about all I got planned. Warwick?
Hi, I'm Warwick Zero. I normally stream. I will say I don't normally stream this late. It's 20 minutes past 5 in the morning. Don't ask. I haven't got work tomorrow. It's fine. But yeah, I stream Warwick Zero and most socials and stuff. I do a lot of horror games and various other chaotic natured things. And yeah, again, Montana Chef. I had a wonderful time. It was an absolutely brilliant time, and it was definitely worth staying up for. And yeah, it was very good.
Awesome. Cool. And I am Zero Daylight, or Michael, or narrator, GM, or DM, or in this case, game mother, after the computer. You can catch me here running games, once or twice a week. And all the stuff that people have mentioned is what's coming up next for me as well. Because if I'm not running, I'm playing. So yeah, come back next week as we delve into even more horror and trauma for the second part of Tales from the Smoke, which is our The Between TTRPG. So a Victorian London at the turn of the 20th century with weird, macabre cultists and something to do with Guglielmo Marconi summoning something from the great beyond, and murder by werewolf, as you do. So cool. Come hang out with us on that. Go over to cpluscontent.tv, our YouTube channel. Check out our back catalog of spooky and sci-fi and adventure and fantasy sorts of stuff. And we should probably go raid someone. They've been up for a while, but our friends over at Vorpal Tales are actually running Brindlewood Bay. So I say we go over there and even if it's only for a few minutes, hang out with them. if I can learn to type. Make sure that's working. It looks to be working. So as the raid
It's
queue,
working to me.
yeah, as the raid queue loads, go ahead. Thanks everyone for dropping in the raid calls. Go ahead and copy those, and get ready to say hi as the little old ladies, one of whom at least is in a wig and makeup, which is perfect. See what kind of stuff the murder mavens over at Vorpal Tales are up to. Thanks everyone. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.